Hello, Judge Hatch.
Hey, good morning, Trey. Thank you.
Welcome aboard.
I wish we were meeting in Bryan, Texas, my alma mater. I was looking forward to it. I was going to make my wife have to tag along while I shoulder everything.
Hi, Judge Hatch.
There you go.
Good morning.
Jerry, this is Jennifer. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Can you check your message?
I can hear you, Jennifer.
Okay.
Message.
Yeah.
All right, are we ready to start?
Chelsea, are you back on yet?
Yes, but is Adam Shramick on?
Yes. He's on mute, but he is on.
Okay, is Laura Gibson on?
I'm here, thanks.
I'm here.
I do not see Laura yet.
Okay, Michael Hurst. Okay, I texted August. Santos Vargas, are you on?
Come on, sorry, I had it on mute.
Okay, hi Santos. Nicole?
August is logging in.
Okay, I see Shauna. Okay, so I don't have Laura or Michael Hurst. Dinesh got on. And Nicole, that's who I'm missing, Jen.
I think Nicole is Mars now, correct? Last name?
Yes.
Okay, she's
Yes,
coming
that's
in.
her. Okay.
Yeah, I just texted Michael.
And then I'm gonna text Laura real quick.
Andy, can we get you to speak just for a second? Can you
Sure,
just say hello or testing?
Yes, hi everyone, Andy Almanzan.
Hi, Andy.
Hi guys.
Is that the Andy Almanzan?
West Texas in the
Right
house.
El Paso.
Jen, I think Jeff Allison might be having audio issues.
Nope, I'm here.
Oh, you are, and you can hear everything okay?
Sure can.
I heard you.
Okay.
Okay. Are we good to go? And we can enter these people as they come in?
Yeah, so we're just waiting on Laura. I texted her, and then we're waiting on Michael Hurst. I think we have everybody, so if you want to call it.
Jerry, you ready?
I'm ready. All right, it's now 4 minutes after 9 a.m. and I'm calling the meeting to order. All meeting participants will be unmuted for roll call. With our agenda posting, we invited members of the public to view the broadcast of the Board of Directors meeting, which is live at youtube.com/State Bar of Texas. We also provided instructions on how to sign up to speak at today's meeting. Sign-ups were available until 5 p.m. yesterday. Please note that this meeting will be recorded and the recording will be made available to the public. Mr. Executive Director, will you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Alexander.
Present.
Mr. Allison.
Present.
Mr. Almanzan.
Present.
Justice Benavidez has an excused absence. Ms. Bim.
Present.
Ms. Brooker.
Here.
Mr. Cardenas. Ms. Colvin.
Here.
Mr. Cook.
Here.
Judge Copeland is joining later. Ms. Cordova.
Here.
Mr. Crane,
Here.
Ms. Davis,
Here.
Mr. Dawson,
Present.
Ms. Dipple,
I'm here.
Mr. Docupil, Mr. Flores, Mr. Forrester,
Here.
Ms. Gibson,
Here.
Mr. Ginn,
Here.
Ms. Goldsberry,
Here.
Mr. Gravely, Mr. Harris. I think he is on. Ms. Harrison,
Here.
Ms. Hoggard, Ms. Humphrey,
Present.
Mr. Hurst,
Present and apologize for being late.
Ms. Jean,
Here.
Mr. Kelly,
Present.
Mr. Kent,
Here.
Mr. Kolodowski. Here. Justice Learman,
Here.
Mr. Longley,
Here.
Mr. Lopez,
Here.
Ms. Cortez Mares,
Here.
Mr. McDougall,
Here.
Mr. McKnight,
Here.
Ms. Miller,
Here.
Ms. Murphy,
Here.
Mr. Naylor,
Here.
Ms. Peace,
Here.
Ms. Pretorius,
Here.
Judge Richardson,
Here.
Judge Rodriguez,
Here.
Ms. Rowe,
Present.
Mr. Schrammick,
Here.
Mr. Sergi,
Here.
Mr. Sims,
Here.
Mr. Single,
Here.
Mr. Smith,
Here.
Mr. Sorrells,
Here.
Ms. St. Ives,
Here.
Mr. Vargas,
Here.
Mr. Vasquez,
I'm here.
Ms. Voiles,
Here.
Ms. Wellborn,
Here.
Mr. Wester,
Here.
Mr. Wu.
Here.
Mr. Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, I will ask James Wester to unmute so he can lead us in our invocation. James Wester is of counsel with the Amarillo offices of Underwood Law Firm, PC. He joined Underwood in 1986 following his graduation from the University of Oklahoma College of Law. James actively practiced in the areas of business and real estate with an emphasis on renewable energy until May of 2019, when he semi-retired to focus more of his time with his family and managing various businesses. In addition to serving as president of Underwood prior to his retirement and going of counsel, James served as 1995-1996 president of the Texas Young Lawyers Association. He's also been active in various organizations in Amarillo. Probably the most famous thing about him is he attended school with Reba McIntyre in Kiowa, Oklahoma. But she was better friends with her sister, Susie. All right, James, would you please lead us in the invocation?
Okay. I assume everyone can hear me, so if you'll take a moment and bow your heads. Our gracious Heavenly Father, we pause to thank you for the many blessings in each of our lives, and particularly the opportunity to serve the legal profession through this table. We ask that you provide our board and staff with your wisdom and guidance throughout our meeting, and that you bless the decisions we make. Help us be mindful of the impact of our decisions today and empower us with your strength as we approach the task laid before us. We pray your healing for those suffering with COVID-19 and for our communities, our state, our nation, and our world as we endure these difficult times. We ask that you be with our leaders and guide them as they make decisions that impact each of our daily lives. We ask that you be with and protect medical personnel that stand on the front line and put themselves at risk each day in an effort to heal and comfort patients and their families. During this time, help each of us be beacons of hope when needed and give us the words and actions to comfort the suffering. We ask that you direct the gifts and skills that you've given each of us that we may accelerate the recovery from this pandemic. We ask that you show us the path for bettering the lives of others, both personally and professionally. We thank you for the grace for those of us that have avoided COVID-19 and ask that you continue to protect us and our loved ones. Thank you for the blessings we all enjoy as a result of the relationships we have created through our involvement in our profession and this organization. We ask that you continue to bless our extraordinary leaders and staff. We lift up all of our prayers, spoken and unspoken. In all things, we ask that your will and not ours be done. Amen.
Amen.
Yeah. Thank you, James. Next, we'll have the pledge to the United States and the Texas flags. These will be led by another veteran in our midst, Jeff Allison. And the flags and the words will appear on your screen. Here are Jeff's military service highlights. In October of 2004, he entered the Marine Corps boot camp at Parris Island, North Carolina. After graduation, he went to Marine combat training at Camp Geiger, North Carolina. Following Marine combat training, he had 3 months of combat engineering training at Courthouse Bay, Camp Lejeune in North Carolina. After graduating from Combat Engineer School in Courthouse Bay, he checked into the 1st Battalion, 23rd Marines in Houston. In October 2007, he was deployed to Haditha in the Al Anbar province of Iraq for 8 months. That deployment included 3 patrols per day, both vehicle and on foot, and coordination with local sheiks to improve community relations and safety. Upon returning from Iraq, he continued to drill and training exercises after deployment until his service time ended in 2010. This man put himself in harm's way for us. Jeff, please lead us in these pledges.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Next, we would welcome any members of the public who signed up to speak and have joined via teleconference to make themselves known at this time. Any member of the public who wishes to speak, please state your name, the location from where you are calling, and any specific topic you wish to share in your introductory remarks. Each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak and will be notified by our moderators of the end of their time. We will hear your comments now. Thank you.
Ruth, are you on the phone? Ruth, as our public member, are you on the phone?
Jen, she's broadcasting, so there's gonna be a lag. 10 seconds, 15 seconds.
I hear that.
Welcome to Zoom. Enter your meeting ID followed by pound.
Thank you.
You have not entered any note.
Jen, can we communicate? Member of the public?
I'm not getting her. Ruth, are you there, Ruth?
I am here. It took me, I had to switch devices. So I'm here and ready.
Okay, you have 3 minutes to speak. Ready?
Thank
Go.
you. I am a 1990 SMU law graduate and an ethics practitioner. I have litigated grievances and judicial complaints for over 25 years. I have testified in sunset proceedings and helped draft legislation. I would like to make the following public comments relevant to agenda items 8, 11, and 12, and I will read those now. One of the most vexing issues that has reoccurred with distressing regularity over the years is the degree of transparency in State Bar of Texas governance and regulations. With regard to governance, a mandatory bar like us that we have only functions with the full participation of its members. Disgruntled members who question the bar's transparency typically do not participate. They do not vote in elections. They do not turn out a quorum to vote on rule amendments. This board has an opportunity to craft changes to election procedures that increase transparency, thus increasing participation by State Bar of Texas members, and it should do so. As to rules and regulations, this board must work with the legislature to ensure that the bench and bar are provided precise direction in rules regarding prohibited conduct. Regulations must strike a balance between harm to the public and the constitutional rights of lawyers and judges, and they must do so in unequivocal language. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you very much for those. I believe we've heard from every member of the public who signed up to speak. If not, please let us know now. If there are no additional public comments, directors, members of the public, and staff will now be muted. If you want to unmute, you can do that, but you'll be automatically muted. Be sure if you want to speak, you either use the raise your hand function here on Zoom, or that you unmute and just say something, and we will get you recognized and talk to you. If you are making or seconding a motion, be sure that you unmute. This will now go to item 6, which is the report of the chair of the board. I have a communication update for everyone. The district emails from our board members were distributed in early March. They highlighted the latest news on the State Bar election, the January board meeting, new custodian designation portal, and mandatory bar litigation, as well as the latest State Bar member benefits. Several directors this year are also taking the extra step of regularly contributing articles to their local newsletters about the State Bar. James Wester's one of those. We applaud those efforts. Of course, due to the coronavirus pandemic, our program of in-person director presentations is on hold. Directors are encouraged to give these presentations remotely if and when the opportunity presents itself. I have just very few remarks. Hopefully everyone is and can remain healthy. We sent out a number of communications to you about the way this meeting would be conducted. We're happy that everybody here at the meeting that could be here.
Hey, Craig, how you doing?
Turn out for it. The State Bar is here for everyone. Be sure that you let your constituents
yes.
when you come in contact with them. Randy and Leslie.
Yes, I've been testing and testing
on some extra benefits that the State Bar is going to provide its members, and they're just excellent benefits. And Randy and Leslie continue to do that work. Get any lawyers that you know, get their ideas about what else the State Bar can be doing for them during this time. and pass those on. You can pass them on to me or any staff member. Most importantly, stay engaged and stay positive. It's easy to get down on things right now. This has been a slog for all of us. But remember, you're leaders. And when you talk to other people, everything is going to be fine. Eventually, I sent out an article called "The Trains Will Run Again." I hope you read it. The trains will run again. And also stay tuned, because we're going to have announcements about the conduct of the next board meeting. We don't know if that's going to be in person or it's going to be something like this. The annual meeting, things like that. You need to keep advised. So please stay tuned on that. All right, now in the meeting here today, since it's a little awkward, I'm going to make some of the motions. I'm a board member. I can make motions. I will need a second for the motions. If you're going to second a motion, please remember to unmute, because we can't hear you if you don't. And please state your name so we can have that for the record. This is, as we know, an official meeting. With that, that concludes my report. The next agenda item is agenda item 7. And we need to, well, actually, we're still in here. We need to now to approve the consent agenda. The consent agenda was in your packet. And we need to do that. So at this time, I would move that the consent agenda and the items on the consent agenda be approved. Do I have a second on that?
Second,
Who is that?
Yolanda Cortez Mares.
Thank you, Yolanda. Okay, we have a motion and seconded to approve the items on the agenda. Is there any discussion about the consent agenda items? If not, we'll call for a voice vote. So unmute. You'll be unmuted, I think, by the staff here. All directors who are in favor of approving the consent agenda, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, the motion passes and the consent agenda is approved. Are there any comments from any board members about anything on the consent agenda? All right, next we go to the, we have to move to consider the approval of the use of online voting for the election of our 2021 board chair-elect. We voted last meeting that we would do this by paper. Obviously, we can't do that. So at this point in time, I will make a motion to approve the use of online voting for the election of the 2021 board chair-elect. Any director who wishes to second the motion, please unmute and state your name. We need to have a second for this motion.
Jason Smith,
St. Ives, I second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? All directors who are in favor of this motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, the motion carries. Now, we have 3 excellent candidates for this position. Getting some feedback here. I don't think it's from me. I want to state that we'll be using the Board Effect platform tool called Poll for your online voting. You should have the 3 candidates there on your screen. And what I want to do now is turn this over to Chelsea and Jen to tell you how to access that and how we're going to vote here in case you've had any problems with it. So Jen and Chelsea, please talk to us.
Jerry, you have that script that you need to read out. with how we're voting.
Oh, okay. All right, as provided in the policy manual, the election will proceed in this way. In the first round, you will vote for one of the 3 chair candidates. If one candidate receives a majority vote of the board members present and voting, that candidate wins the election and will be chair-elect. If no candidate receives a majority vote of the board members present and voting, the candidate receiving the fewest votes will be dropped from the poll. We will have a second poll with the remaining 2 candidates. If one of the 2 candidates receives a majority vote, that candidate wins the election and will be chair-elect. In the case of a tie, and please don't do this to me, the chair may cast a vote to break the tie. Now, at this point, I will ask Chelsea and Jennifer to provide instruction on how to vote using the board effect tool called poll. Also, it's important when you vote that you vote, and if you're not going to vote, you punch the abstain. So the staff knows that everyone has voted in some way, that everybody got a ballot, everybody got into the poll function, and everybody that wanted to vote got an opportunity to vote. Okay, Jennifer and Chelsea.
Chelsea, are you ready?
Yes, I just made it visible. Let me get on. Ready.
Okay. So everyone should be logged onto Board Effect right now. And if you're on an Android tablet, you must log into Board Effect in the browser. If you have questions, you can call or text Chelsea and I, or ask a question out loud, and we're happy to help. If you're on the computer, please click on the State Bar logo located on the top left corner. This will open another tab. You will be on your Board Effect homepage. Scroll down to see My Polls. Click on the name of the poll, which is going to be number 1, April 17th, 2020, electronic ballot, chair of the board. Open the poll. Please make your selection and hit submit. Your vote is complete. If you're on the iPad, make sure you're logged into Board Portal. You will then be on your home page. Scroll down to My Polls. Click on the name of the poll. Number 1, April 17th, electronic ballot for chair election. Make your selection, hit submit, and now your vote is complete.
I'm here if you have any questions. This is Chelsea.
Chelsea, this is Carmen Rowe. Can you go back over the first instructions as to where we go?
Sure. So you want to make sure that you're on your home page. So you see our State Bar videos, information like that. Are you on your home page?
Yes.
Okay, if you scroll down past all that towards the bottom, you'll see My Polls and Surveys. And then you click on that number 1 ballot that shows up. Do you see that, Carmen?
No, the last thing I see is the Zoom meeting.
Okay, let me check. Hold on.
I had to refresh mine about 4 times before mine popped up.
Yeah,
Thank
try
you, Larry. I'll do
refreshing,
that.
Carmen.
Okay. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else having issues?
Chelsea, this is Christina Davis. I got to the
Hi.
ballot, but I don't have a submit button.
You don't have a submit button. Did you click on one of the 4 options?
I did.
Okay.
I just did-
Maybe
I just
back
refreshed
out.
it again and it popped up. Sorry.
Okay, you're good. No, you're good. Anyone else having issues?
I've gotten a note here from staff. Still need some people to vote, either vote for a candidate or abstain. So we know that you had the opportunity to vote.
Just to be clear, I don't vote on this, right? Since I'm just liaison. Is that
Correct.
right, Jennifer?
Only
Yes.
voting members received the poll.
Okay, good.
Well, actually, I received it, but I'm just sitting here. But I did get it.
Jerry, please check your messages.
Rebecca, I'm getting a note here that you may have had trouble getting to the site or something. Have you voted?
Yes, I'm having trouble logging on. For whatever reason, it just keeps giving me the circle that it's thinking, and I don't know why.
Rebecca, you're logged on to the board portal?
That it just keeps doing a circle trying to log on to portal. And I've tried to like log out and log up, like stop and anyway.
Do you want me to try to reset your password? And see if
I
that
can't
helps?
even get to the point that gives me a password.
Okay.
So I don't know what's going on.
Let me
I
see.
have to ask.
Rebecca, do you know how to chat on Zoom?
No. I'll figure it out. I might have to ask my IT director named Chip.
Well, that's okay. Do you
So Rebecca, are you clicking on a link that we gave you for Board Effect, or do you want to type the domain name in, see if that helps you?
Yeah, I can do that. I was clicking on your link.
So open up a new window and let's try texasbar.boardeffect.com.
This is so weird. I don't know what's going on.
Hey, Jen.
Yes, I'm here.
Request a response from her. That way she gets an email and she can vote that way.
Rebecca, can you get on your email?
I think so. I'm on it.
Okay. Jen's gonna,
Okay, we're gonna send you an email.
Okay, hang on. Backup looker.
You're coming through the.
Okay, I just sent it, Chelsea. Rebecca, you should have just received something from me.
Did you get an email, Rebecca?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great.
Sorry, everybody.
That's all right. The important thing is everyone's getting to vote.
Rebecca, this is Jennifer. Were you able to vote?
I'm not yet.
Were you able to get logged in or no?
No, because now I have my password. And
You should just be able to vote from that email. Did it not open up the choices?
let's see. It's fine. Nope.
Rebecca, do you want me to reset your password real fast?
Sure.
Okay, give me 1 second. Jen?
Yes, Chelsea.
Can you text her?
I'm texting her right now. Yep.
Okay.
All right, the initial results are in. There will now be a runoff between Charlie and Wendy. So we're going to repeat the process, go back to the portal, and this time you should have a ballot that only has 2 names on it. And you should cast your vote or abstain on that ballot.
Chelsea, are you
So
ready?
you might need to refresh. Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Now so if from your computer.
You had the wrong one.
Okay, so if you're on your computer, you're going to please click on the My Board Effect.
Hey,
And
I
the
think the
blue?
wrong ballot might be on there, Jennifer.
Chelsea, are you there?
Carmen.
Yeah, hold on. Hold on. Okay, shoot. Ready. Refresh your browsers.
Do you want to read it, Chelsea, or do you want me to?
Go ahead.
Okay, so from the computer and from the Android tablet, you should have, at the top, it should have said My Board Effect if you haven't already refreshed. And you can click on that link. If you have already refreshed, just go to the State Bar logo. Both of these will direct you back to your home page. You will scroll down to the middle. And then you will see My Polls. Click on the name of the poll, which should be 2A, April 17th, electronic ballot. Please click on that link, make your selection, and hit Submit. Now your vote is complete. If you're on the iPad, make sure that you refresh your screen, go back to the Board Effect homepage, My Polls, click on the name of the poll, make your selection and hit Submit. I'm going off, Chelsea.
Okay. I'm here if anyone has any questions.
Okay, I'm getting a message here that we still need people to vote. And please ask Chelsea if you need any help. There's no shame in that. This is a new procedure for all of us. All right, 2 people still have not voted. Looks like Jeff Allison and Nicole Boyles have not voted yet.
It said I voted, so let me go back and.
Okay.
Yeah, it said I voted as well. I'm going back and redoing it right now.
All right.
Yeah, it said completed. So what do I need to go back and do if it said completed?
Mine now says 2A as opposed to number 1 previously.
Yes, 2A is correct.
Okay, so mine says 1.
Gotcha.
Let me go back. 2A, okay. Okay, I voted. Sorry, guys.
No problem.
I'm done. My apologies.
No problem, Jeff. All right, we have a new chair-elect. Charlie Ginn of McKinney, Texas, is the new chair-elect. Congratulations, Charlie. It's a tradition now for you to give some remarks. So we'll turn things over to you.
Before I say anything, I just want to say thank you to Carmen and to Wendy. I think your leadership and your example over the last 2 years and your friendship and your teamwork over the last 2 years is without compare. And I know that we're all excited for the leaders you're going to be for us next year. And I can't wait for that. Last night I watched one of my favorite movies. It was Miracle. And Herb Brooks says that great moments are born from great opportunity. And we have a chance right now as a bar, I think, to build a lot of relationship equity with our attorneys and with the public. We are facing COVID-19. We're facing new environments, new horizons, and we have a chance to take this and run with it and show our lawyers and show the public why the State Bar of Texas is the greatest state bar in the United States. And I don't think we could have asked for a better group of leaders to do that with. And so we're going to have a great year next year. It's going to be fun. We're going to engage in some great dialogue, and I want to thank you for your trust. If I can do anything for any one of you, please let me know. I want to thank you all. I want to thank our leadership. For that, I'll hang up and listen. Thank you very much. It's a real honor.
Thank you, Charlie. Congratulations. And congratulations to Wendy Adele Humphrey and Carmen Rowe for conducting very nice campaigns. All right, let's go to item 7, report from the executive director.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everyone. Congratulations to Charlie on the chair-elect race, and congratulations to Wendy Adele and Carmen for your fine campaign. I want to start out just real briefly at the outset that we're in uncharted territory, obviously, in a lot of different ways, including voting for our chair-elect in a Zoom meeting. So with regard to our meeting in particular, I want to commend Jennifer Reams and Chelsea Barber and our IT director, Craig Chapman, and also our chair, Jerry Alexander. They have worked really, really hard in order to make this happen. There's been an incredible amount of preparation go into this, and President Soros has been involved, President-elect McDougal, and past President Longley have all participated in that preparation, and we're very grateful to everyone. So I wanted to give you a general report, first of all, including an overview of the State Bar of Texas response, operations, and events during the COVID-19 pandemic. As you know, we've sent messages both to our board and our membership about the State Bar's coronavirus response efforts. So I will simply hit some of those highlights. We quickly set up texasbar.com/coronavirus as the home base for COVID-19 announcements. And we continue to update that page multiple times each day. Our employees at the Law Center have been working remotely since March 13th. And ever since March 13th, even though we've been remote, we have been fully operational and fully functional. We've taken appropriate steps to continue providing all regular services and all regular benefits to our members, while at the same time making sure our State Bar staff is safe, as well as our volunteers, our members, and the general public. We are having, internally, we are having weekly video conferences with division and department heads to make sure everyone is connected and equipped to do their work. Everything is operating smoothly, I'm pleased to report, thanks to our dedicated staff, and again, particularly our IT team, who seamlessly launched our remote operation. We are continuing to follow all federal public health guidance on in-person gatherings. All State Bar live events through at least May 10 are canceled, postponed, or have been changed to online meetings. So this includes Texas Bar CLE live courses, section-sponsored CLEs, and section and committee meetings. State Bar live events and meetings scheduled for May 11 and beyond are still on schedule at this time, but we are obviously evaluating their status on a daily basis, and we will take additional steps as needed. Our members have appreciated our efforts to keep them informed during this crisis. I can't help but think, I heard our public member speaking earlier this morning, but I want to tell you, our entire communications division has just gone above and beyond under the leadership of our communications director, Lowell Brown. We have received several notes of encouragement and comments, and I want to share just 3 of those with you briefly. The first one, and I'm quoting directly. Number 1, the weekly or so coronavirus update is both helpful and interesting. I have found it to be very full of facts and without bias. Number 2, the State Bar is doing a great job keeping us informed during these times, and I greatly appreciate it. And then number 3, and lastly, I am a member from afar for the past 15 years, serving as a law school dean in California. However, I just forwarded the Texas email list of things that the bar is doing during this crisis for members and those at legal risk to the ED of the State Bar of California to suggest that they consider similar services. The bar's response makes me very proud to be a member. So getting those comments back gives us some confirmation that our messaging is on target. I also want to thank President Sorrells, because he has also been involved in crafting these messages, and he has added that degree of sensitivity that's necessary for our lawyers, and that's very important, and I really commend him for his efforts and involvement and engagement. Next, I want to report to you on our efforts to serve the public. The State Bar of Texas and legal aid agencies and volunteer organizations from across the state have formed a partnership to assist our fellow Texans in this time of crisis. Legal aid organizations are preparing for the unfortunate increase in Texans who will find themselves in poverty due to loss of employment. The partnership expects many Texans not previously eligible for legal aid. They're now going to fall into that category, and they will be seeking help with common civil legal matters that arise after losing their jobs, their homes, or access to health care, or those experiencing domestic violence. The State Bar of Texas has a toll-free hotline that's available to low-income individuals and families across the state. who are confronted with these civil legal problems as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. People may call the 1-800 number. It's 800-504-7030. Toll free to be connected to legal aid providers in their particular area. This service helps members of the public find local legal aid providers who can help them with civil legal matters such as unemployment applications and appeals, bankruptcy and debt collection issues, eviction and foreclosure notices, child support and visitation questions, disputes over medical and consumer debt, wrongly denied public benefits, and healthcare directives and powers of attorney. The hotline helps legal aid providers in Texas fulfill their missions to serve our communities with those essential services while adhering to the social distancing protocols aimed at preventing the spread of the virus. Our civil legal aid efforts are a vital component of the public response to and recovery from the current public health crisis. Legal aid is a safety net that keeps our fellow Texans from going over the edge. Without it, they may never recover, even when the economy improves later. The State Bar has collected free legal resources for the public at texasbar.com/COVID-help. Online free legal resources are also available at texaslawhelp.org, which includes information on eviction and tenants' rights, unemployment benefits, and others. The website also has a live chat feature to ask questions of volunteer attorneys. So as they confront and address increased needs for legal services, access to justice organizations face a funding shortfall because of falling interest rates and other funding cuts. IOLTA funding is almost basically stagnant at this point with 0% interest rates. As always, the State Bar will work hard to support these organizations, and we will keep you updated and involved in that process moving forward. Next, I want to move to the issue of membership fees collection. In your materials, we've included a copy of my column for the May issue of the Texas Bar Journal, which highlights how individual lawyers, law firms, and local bar associations are stepping up to serve others during this crisis. President Sorrells and President-elect McDougal will be reporting momentarily on the State Bar's efforts to serve Texas lawyers, but I do want to address the issue of membership fees. We've received questions regarding whether the State Bar will delay the collection of membership fees or dues this year. That answer is no. The dues process is continuing as scheduled, although with changes meant to address the reality of the current crisis. Governor Abbott has directed all state agencies to continue providing essential services to Texans. The State Bar is meeting and exceeding that directive. In fact, we are fully operational, as I reported earlier, with the exception of in-person meetings. Other than that, we are providing every service and every benefit that we were before we left the building. However, the State Bar cannot continue to provide these essential services or achieve our statutory charge into the new bar year without collecting membership fees. Membership fees are collected annually, as we all know, to ensure that the bar fulfills our statutory purpose under Government Code 81.012. Membership fees are due June 1 each year, and the Government Code requires that we send 30-day notices. These notices will start going out first by email on April 22nd, and then letters notifying members that their membership fees are due will follow closer to May 1. I think they're on schedule to go out May 1. President Sorrells, as I told you, has been engaged in those messaging efforts, and he and I have worked together to rewrite these notices to acknowledge the reality of the coronavirus pandemic and the difficulties attorneys are facing right now. The letters make it clear that while payments are due June 1, members have until midnight, August 31, to pay without penalty. we need you as leaders of the bar and leaders of your districts to relay this information when you have that opportunity or if questions arise. And we need you to stand up for the bar for the fact that we need to send out those dues notices. It would be irresponsible for us to do anything otherwise. We also have already had informal discussions with Justice Learman as our liaison to the Supreme Court and with the court about possible additional extensions of time, but only if warranted. Lawyers right now have until August 31 to pay those membership fees. So we will continue to monitor the situation as time goes and make recommendations to the board and the court as necessary. We do not want any lawyers to not be able to practice law as a result of this pandemic. The State Bar has taken a number of steps to help attorneys during the pandemic, which President Soros and President-elect McDougall will talk about in detail. But for example, we've extended MCLE deadlines and provided free CLE webcasts. We continue to look for ways to help our members and the public deal with these challenges. And as always, your suggestions are welcome. At this point of the meeting, I would normally recognize a member of our staff with a quarterly Staff Excellence Award. But this is not a normal meeting and these are not normal times. Over the past month, I have been amazed at the adaptability and flat out ability of our entire staff to continue the work of the State Bar remotely, even though many of them have children tackling online classes, assignments, also have spouses working remotely, parents or grandparents to take care of, and many other responsibilities during this shelter in place. Every day they exhibit a resilient work ethic and passion for the work that we do, and it reflects their abiding commitment both to the public and to our members during a very difficult and challenging time. So at this time, I would like to honor the entire staff of the State Bar of Texas, those in Austin and those in the regional CDC offices for their dedication to our profession and their exceptional work during this crisis. And there's a chance some of them may be looking on, so I would ask that you would join me in giving them a round of applause. Thank you. I'll just tell you, I'm darn proud of them. They've been fantastic. All right, a quick update on the 1415 Lavaca property. I think it was Garth Brooks who wrote the song or sang the song, "Thank God for Unanswered Prayers." Well, as you know, the bar's offer on that property was not accepted. The prospective buyer is proposing the development of a 12-story hotel on the site. The proposal is pending before the Austin Historic Landmark Commission. We will monitor the commission's consideration of this project. In fact, I appeared at the commission's February 24th meeting and spoke before the commission to let them know that we are concerned about the historic integrity of the building and that we are watching the process and that we will stay involved as time goes on. And of course, we will continue to monitor that situation and report to the board as time goes on. Lastly, in your materials, there's an updated timeline on the McDonald litigation and other mandatory bar challenges from around the country. We will continue to keep you posted as these develop. So thank you very much for your time this morning and your patience. And Mr. Chair, that completes my report.
Thank you, Trey. At this time, we're going to go a little bit out of order and take Justice Learman's report as the Supreme Court liaison. She has another conference she has to be on shortly. So Justice Learman, if you're ready, would you please proceed?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. And thank you for taking me out of order. it's interesting because we can't go anywhere, but we seem to be busier than ever with all of our Zoom meetings. Yesterday, I didn't have a Zoom meeting because I was quite shocked because I've been having several a day. So we are looking at options for the bar examination. We're in consultation with the deans and with the Board of Law Examiners. Obviously, there's a huge problem with having hundreds of people in one room to take an exam. So that's not going to be possible probably. And therefore we're looking at options, one of which is to schedule another examination in the early fall. But again, that's subject to more determination. We have issued as a court 11 emergency orders in response to this crisis since the governor declared an emergency on March 13th. The first emergency order was issued with the Court of Criminal Appeals, and it authorizes courts to take actions such as modifying and suspending deadlines and conducting remote proceedings in both civil and criminal cases, and requires them to do so to avoid risk. That order is in effect until May the 8th, but it may be extended. The second emergency order clarifies that school closures and that were issued due to the crisis do not affect child possession and access schedules, and that original school calendar controls. The third emergency order clarifies that the first emergency order applies to all child protection cases and deadlines. And it also states that courts must not conduct non-essential proceedings contrary to the most restrictive directives, whether national, statewide, or local, regarding group size. The court's fourth emergency order, issued also jointly with the Court of Criminal Appeals, temporarily suspends residential eviction proceedings through April the 19th, unless there is a threat of physical harm, domestic violence, or criminal activity. That order has now been extended until April the 30th and could be extended again. The fifth emergency order temporarily suspends attorney discipline proceedings until May the 8th. The sixth order affects the State Bar of Texas and TYLA elections by requiring electronic voting and extending the voting period to May 29th at 5 p.m. The seventh emergency order clarifies that the stay-at-home orders that are in effect do not affect child possession and access schedules with regard to turning over the child. The eighth emergency order tolls statute of limitation deadlines from March 13th to June 1st, again, unless extended. The ninth order extended the moratorium on residential evictions until April 30th. The 10th order halts garnishments and default judgments in consumer debt collection cases. Under the order, writs of garnishment cannot be served until May 7th, and default judgments can't be heard until April 30th. Also, receivers cannot freeze accounts in consumer debt collection cases until April 30th. The 11th emergency order extends deadlines for the issuance and renewal of licenses and certificates issued by the Judicial Branch Certification Commission until May 31st. And the JBCC regulates court interpreters, court recorders, guardians, and process servers. We issued an order amending the state bar rules to make it clear that the board need not meet in person during an emergency, including this pandemic. And obviously this Zoom call today is an example of that. In addition, Chief Justice Hecht has issued 2 orders assigning specific district and appellate judges statewide to serve on quarantine proceedings filed under the Health and Safety Code through September 30th of 2020 These assignments allow the judges to receive training and be ready to handle cases that may arise at odd hours of the day, night, or weekend. As of March 23rd, no such proceedings had been filed in the state, and I don't believe through today, but I need to check on that. We also took rules action last Tuesday during conference on a matter that's not related to the virus. We issued an order giving final approval to amendments to the rules of civil procedure, which will take effect May 1st. And this amendment requires specific jury questions in parental termination cases rather than broad form questions. We held oral argument by Zoom on April the 8th. We will do so again on April 22nd. We were the first court of our size that serves a state with a population comparable to that of Texas in the country. We have had 2 of our formal conferences by Zoom, and we have another one scheduled. We're meeting almost daily for different types of emergency issues that have been coming up. We've also decided to have the State Bar budget hearing by Zoom on May the 11th. And we are in the process of considering the next public member appointment for the term that ends in June of 2020. We've been working with the State Bar to develop a task force that will focus on needs that arise during a crisis such as this, to try to figure out how to deal with the different things that are going to come up when we do get back to what will be the new normal. And of course, there's going to be a huge demand on our court system for a lot of different proceedings that have not been able to go forward, especially jury trials and certainly in criminal matters. So we're going to have to develop a plan for that, and also develop a plan to look forward for the future, so that we will have procedures in place to deal with this kind of thing in a manner that will affect us as not be negative to the extent possible. I want to thank the entire staff. We have been talking frequently. The staff, as always, does a wonderful job at the State Bar of Texas, works with the court very, very closely, and is doing a wonderful job during this very, very difficult time, as I know all of you are in your individual communities. So on behalf of the court, I want to thank you, the State Bar of Texas and the third branch of government generally for your contributions during this very challenging time. Thank you.
Trey, do you have some remarks?
Yeah, just Mr. Chair, just briefly, and I want to just follow up on Justice Lehrman's comments. I meant to recognize Justice Lehrman's efforts. She's been so available. She takes every call. We talk sometimes early morning, late in the evening. She's very responsive. I mean, absolutely responsive. She'll get off the phone and immediately pick up the phone and call Chief Justice Hecht, and they have discussions, and then she gets right back to us. So it's just been a real great working partnership that we have with the court and with the Office of Court Administration and all of their staff. They've just been fantastic. Thank y'all very much, Justice Lehrman.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Justice Lehrman, for your report.
Mr. Chair, may I ask Justice Lehrman a question?
Yes, sir.
Justice Lehrman, a lot of attorneys have been asking, and you noted the court's working on jury trials, and in particular, the civil lawyers recognize criminal issues and constitutional issues are likely coming first. But is there any insight or any kind of response we can give our lawyers, civil and criminal, as to what jury trials procedures may look like whenever we open back up?
Thank you for that question, and it's certainly an important one, and one that we are dealing with. We are trying to work through the various issues. You can imagine, I mean, it's a major thing in terms of, we don't have a crystal ball, so we don't know how this is going to play out. But depending upon what happens with this virus, in order to simply select a fair jury is very challenging. Think about it. You have a jury panel and how many hundreds of people are together in a room. And as a lawyer, as you all know, so much of once you get into voir dire has to do with looking at people and being there with them in person in order to select a fair jury. So there's that, plus the issue, of course, just the jury trial itself. So they're challenging issues. We understand they're challenging issues, and I wish I could tell you more definitively as far as what's going to happen, but just know that we are aware of the problems, that we are discussing the problems. The Court of Criminal Appeals is also discussing those issues, and we're working to try to come up with a resolution that will be just and offer a just system for all of our people who may have to become involved in that process. I wish I didn't have a more definitive, I wish I had a more definitive answer for you.
Thank you.
Justice Lerman, can I ask a question?
Sure.
So we have been noticing that some courts, especially in family law, have been very responsive and allowing hearings via Zoom and alternative matters. Other courts have refused anything but emergency hearings, and that is hurting both the clients as well as the lawyers who are unable to move these cases when there is an easy alternative to have some of these less than emergency hearings but still important hearings. Is there anything the court can do to encourage district court judges and especially magistrate judges to have hearings?
Thank you for that question. That has been brought to our attention quite a bit. We tried to issue a clarification order to make it clear that courts are required, number one. One of our first complaints that we were hearing quite a bit was that there were some courts, not that many, but some courts that were still requiring people to come in large groups for hearings. That probably has solved itself to some extent with stay-at-home orders that are pretty much prohibiting that. But our order that we entered was meant to clarify both that was not to happen if that would put anyone in danger, but also that hearings are to be held remotely to the extent possible, and that is not just emergency hearings. So we have tried to make that point, and OCA continues to issue, I think, weekly reports or maybe more frequently, indicating the necessity for things to continue to the extent possible, so that justice can proceed during this crisis. I can talk to David Slayton and see if we need to issue another reminder, so to speak, about the orders that are in effect and what their directives are, if that would be helpful.
I believe that would be very helpful.
Thank you.
Justice Lerman, this is Adam Schremek. I want to echo what David said. I do think it's very important if the Supreme Court could do something along those lines. It would give us the ammunition to point to an order to local courts to say, look, the Supreme Court is saying you can hear non-emergency, relatively routine matters. For example, we have issues with wanting to do depositions by Zoom. If one party objects, we can't get a hearing, so we're just shut down.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Justice Lerman. She has to go to another conference now. And thank you for those excellent questions and that good discussion.
And let me also say that if anybody has any issues like that needs to be brought to the court's attention, please contact through OCA. That's how we're getting most of our information as far as what the need is out in the out there in the trenches. And also, if you can contact the state bar, and I'm sure that Trey would be happy to hear your concerns, and then they can bring those to me, and I will bring them directly to the court. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Can I just say one thing? Can I just kind of chime in real quick?
Yes.
I don't think everybody knows or even realizes, but during this crisis, when Trey and Randy and I have needed to reach out to the Supreme Court, Justice Learman's always made herself available. And I just wanted everybody to know how she's been doing that. She's always been available to us. And I just wanted to thank her on behalf of the board for always being there for us and providing us the guidance or the ear or giving us what the lay of the land is when we're trying to make decisions. And I just thought it was important for everybody to know that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. I appreciate that.
All right, next we'll go to item 8, the report from the president.
Well, I'll pile on real quickly before Justice Learman signs off and echo what they said. She's been amazing, as the whole court has been, but Justice Learman, as our liaison, has been spectacular. As you all may know, the state bars continue to assess the needs of Texas lawyers and the public in trying to seek solutions to issues that arise in response to the coronavirus. I've highlighted several of these in my May column, which is of course not out yet. But the staff and Trey's leadership have been amazing. At the bottom, I also note that I pretty much avoid religious undertones in most of my writings, but I really do pray for the lawyers of Texas. I pray for each one of you all every day, that we keep safe, that there's a hedge of protection around each one of us, and that we serve our communities and our state to the best of our abilities. And I really wish the best for all lawyers as well as all Texans. As far as the coronavirus pages a page that Trey mentioned, there have been a number of great additions to it. So if you haven't checked the page, I encourage you to do so. I think it's up there on your screen now. It's texasbar.com/coronavirus. It has our latest updates on how the pandemic is affecting the legal profession. And the webpage is really updated sometimes multiple times a day. So examples would be the court orders that Justice Learman talked about, the closures, the local stay home, stay safe, and shelter in place orders passed by the Texas cities and counties. The resources on Zoom for video conferencing, update on our events. Let Larry talk about CLE webcasts that have been taking place. Our TLAP program has a regular meeting day on Wednesday as well. And then we have relative articles on technology and law practice, and there's a link to sign up for the daily news briefing. As Trey mentioned, we've been sending out weekly notices, updates. We've gotten good feedback on that, and it's also spawned additional questions, which is helpful. The ABA task force, and Lowell, if you can put, there you go, a slide up on that, has been formed. It's a task force of volunteer lawyers and judges across the profession to identify and respond to the unmet legal needs arising out of the coronavirus pandemic. The website for the task force is this one, americanbar.org/coronavirus task force. We're represented on this task force through our membership in the National Association of Bar Executives, NABI, that's Trey, and the National Conference of Bar Presidents as well. James Sandman is a former president of the Legal Services Corporation, just retired from that. He's leading the task force. And speaking of that, just one picture to show you all that before all this craziness took place, I had the pleasure of joining members of the court and legislators and the Texas Access to Justice Foundation, recognizing Jim Sandman on February 14th in Austin at the mid-year meeting. Jim retired on February 19th after more than 9 years as president of the Nonprofit Legal Services Corporation, the largest funder of civil legal aid for low-income Americans in the nation. I also wrote about in the past president's page about our online portal for custodian attorneys. That drew a little bit of interest. Right now we have 147 custodian attorneys who's accepted designation through our online portal. And this is something that we think will continue to grow. The timing is quite timely right now. And if lawyers have time on their hands, we encourage them to look into the portal. Next, there's a letter from the State Commission on Judicial Conduct Chair regarding Commissioner Steve Fisher of El Paso. And Mr. Fisher filed a response. The letter is in your packet as well as the response. And basically, the chair notified myself, Governor Abbott, Chief Justice Heck, and Attorney General Paxton as to potential grounds for removal for Commissioner Steve Fisher. I read the letter. I read Mr. Fisher's response. I talked to both of the parties. I think there's something that's been worked out just through the natural appointment and confirmation process. As you recall, Mr. Fisher was a state bar appointee to the commission. Mr. Fisher's response and reply really address each one of the issues. Going down the list, as you know, Mr. Fisher is someone who's big on promoting transparency and First Amendment, and he's asserted some of those rights here as well. I've also included in your materials an April 1 email from Mr. Fisher to Senator Don Buckingham, chair of the Texas Senate Nominations Committee, talking to Larry McDougal and myself. In the email, Mr. Fisher indicates he believes he has made an impact in the interest of transparency and First Amendment. He also says he does not seek Senate confirmation and does not wish to serve his full term, but instead plans to resign with the December board meeting being his last meeting at the end of the calendar year. The board will be asked to approve or replace Mr. Fisher at a future board meeting. And if we want to talk further about this, we're certainly welcome to do so either now or in closed session, but I think solutions is there. And as some of you recall, Mr. Fisher said he probably would not end up serving the entire term anyway. And we applaud his efforts in the Commission on Judicial Conduct. We applaud the State Commission on Judicial Conduct's efforts to work together as a cohesive unit, which I understand did happen at the last meeting as well. Next, I do have an action item. We have to consider approval of appointing the at-large director to the board of directors for a 3-year term effective at the annual meeting 2020, expiring 2023. You all recall that our at-large director, James Wu, his term expires at the annual meeting, and the board policy spells out how at-large directors are appointed. An ad hoc committee to select at-large directors reviewed the nominations received, submitted names to myself consideration. The committee was chaired by Wendy Adele Humphrey, and she and her colleagues did a great job of sorting through the nominations and submitting 2 outstanding recommendations to me. I personally met with and interviewed the 2 nominees selected by the committee. I've selected David Cavillo, who has started his practice in the Valley, has had a practice in San Antonio, has had a practice and practices in Houston now. So he really has a triangle of practices covering many different areas of the state. Importantly, he's a board certified civil trial lawyer at Chamberlain Hurleka, but he's also a certified public accountant. And I think those skills will be useful to our board. As we know, our other members, both public and lawyer members who have specialized knowledge have really been helpful. He's been served as a grievance committee chair, a council member for the ADR, Hispanic Issues section. We're excited to have him, and I know he'll do a great job. I'd like to thank Wendy and her committee for their great work throughout this process. Other members of her committee include Ali Colvin, Brittany Harrison, Andy Almazan, and Luis Cardenas. So with that, I make my first action motion to approve the appointment of David Cavillo as the at-large director.
All right, the president has made the nomination. We need a second. If you would like to second the nomination, please unmute and state your name and so second.
Hey, Ben, so second.
Thank you. Do we have any discussion? All those in favor of the president's motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed by stating nay? Hearing none, the motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Second action for item is approval of a board resolution in support of judicial independence. It's up on your screen now. It's also been in your packet. I want to take a second to let you all read it for those who haven't reviewed it. So I'm going to stop talking for about 30 seconds. So today I'm asking the board to consider this approval of this resolution. Through this resolution, the State Bar can affirm its support of an independent judiciary as a crucial pillar of the separation of powers protecting the rights of all Americans. The resolution calls on all Americans, including lawyers and elected officials, to support and defend the integrity of the independent judiciary, its role in preserving the fundamental liberties of the United States Constitution. I move that the board approve the resolution found in your materials and up on the screen in support of judicial independence.
President Sorrells has made a motion to approve the board resolution in support of judicial independence. It calls for a second. Someone please second the motion by identifying yourself.
This is Yolanda Cortez Maris. I second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the motion? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed by saying nay. Hearing none, the motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next action item is also being put up there. And this is one where we are asking the board to consider approval of emergency delegation of authority to the executive director to take actions as needed in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. I request the board grant authority to the executive director to take any necessary actions in response to the COVID-19 disaster. The text of the resolutions providing this authority is in your material. Under an emergency situation we're facing right now, the executive director really needs some flexibility to make decisions that will allow the State Bar to quickly respond to the needs of its members and the public. Any actions taken will happen in consultation with the officers, and the executive director, Trey, in this instance, will update the executive committee and board regarding actions taken. I move that the board approve the resolution found in the materials to grant authority to the executive director to take emergency actions as needed in response to the COVID-19 emergency.
The president has made a motion to give emergency powers to the executive director.
Second.
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 Please identify yourself.
Michael Hurst.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Hurst. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, real quick, this is Jason Smith from Fort Worth.
Yes, sir.
I certainly understand why we need to do this. Just with the understanding that this is temporary while we get through this. I'm in support of it, but I'd be more comfortable if we had a provision that it was good through the fall meeting, but just so long as we have that it's expressly going to be temporary, I'm fine with it.
I believe that's certainly the intent. All right, is there any further discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed by stating nay? Hearing none, the motion carries.
Okay, and my last action item is really a ratification of the ad hoc submission committee's decision to grant permission to file an amicus brief in the case of N. Ray CJC in the Texas Supreme Court. On February 14th, the Family Law Section requested permission to file an amicus brief in this case, N. Ray CJC. The section sought emergency approval because its timeline for filing the amicus fell before the next EC meeting and board meeting. So for that reason, the request was considered and approved by the ad hoc submission committee, which includes the president-elect, the chair, the executive director, and the legislative policy chair. The request has been provided to you in your materials, and the as-filed brief has been provided in your materials. In short, the section explains it's mainly concerned about the implication of what it says is one party's request that a fit parent presumption under the Texas Family Code, Chapter 153, be applied in Chapter 156 proceeding when the language of the statutes do not provide for that imposition. The ad hoc submission committee met and heard input from board member Steve Naylor, who's a past chair of the Family Law Section. The committee decided to grant approval because the issue at hand was one within the section's interest and expertise, It was satisfied that the section's purpose for filing the brief was to comment on a purely procedural issue and not to take sides on the case. No section council member is involved in the proceeding. At the March 26th meeting, the executive committee approved the filing. So I move this board ratify the ad hoc submission committee's decision to grant permission for the family law section to file the amicus brief in the case of In re CJC in the Texas Supreme Court.
President has moved to consider ratification of the ad hoc submission committee's decision to grant permission to file an amicus brief in re CJC in the Texas Supreme Court. Is there any discussion? All right, we require a second. Will somebody please second the motion by identifying yourself first?
Yolanda Cortez Maris, I second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Now, is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed by saying nay? Motion carries. Thank you.
Yeah, and that concludes my report. Again, I wish you all safety and wellness during this time, and take care of yourselves. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next, we'll have item 9, report from the president-elect.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Let me just kind of bring y'all up to speed a little bit on what's been going on. Most of y'all probably know that we've decided to do a free CLE package for the lawyers of Texas. And right now we're offering the lawyers during this COVID-19 crisis, basically 6 hours of free CLE that they can go online and get. Our response has been very positive to this. We did the first one, which was the force majeure policies. And then with the assistance of Hetty and her staff and Claude and Scott Rothenberg, we did a second one, which was practicing in the shadow of COVID-19. And then this past Friday, or actually April 14th, this past Tuesday, we ran out another one, basically tech stimulus packages. And I've got the numbers from basically 9 o'clock this morning, and I kind of wanted to go over it with you. On the free CLE that we did on March 18th on force majeure, we had 3,221 lawyers watch it live, and another 4,287 watched it on our online classroom. In practicing law in the shadow of COVID-19, which was aired on March 20th, we had 4,585 lawyers watch the webcast and another 4,665 watch it on the online classroom. The one that we just did here on the 14th and on tax stimulus packages, we had 2,816 lawyers watch it when we did it, and we've already had another 553 online classroom lawyers watch it. So what this is telling me is we're actually doing a lot, and the lawyers are getting it. The comments that I've been receiving back on it is all positive. The only problem is we've left the lawyers now wanting more of this. And I will tell you, for the time being, we do not have any more free CLEs for the lawyers other than the 6 hours in the works. We did have a couple of others that we were kind of anticipating on things happening. Those things didn't happen, such as martial law, doing one on it. And since that doesn't seem to be a reality, we've put those on a back burner, and I don't see those coming. I've also had a lot of lawyers reach out to me wanting to do free CLEs for the state bar, basically if we publish them for free. And I've kind of had to tell them, no, that this is a limited thing. We're only addressing set topics, and that's what we're doing. But overall, the outcome and the input and reading all the reviews we've gotten on these have just been amazing. And the lawyers are actually seeing us actually doing something for them. I want to concur on what Randy and Trey said. Our bar staff has been amazing. I've been reaching out to members of our bar staff because of things I've needed, things I want to get done, just information like the numbers and stuff. And I've got bar staff that are sending this information while sitting at the kitchen table at their home doing this work. And our staff, to me, cannot be any more amazing than what they've already been. And I just think that is a really good thing. But if you have access, whether it's Facebook, if you're going to a meeting or just talking to the lawyers, talk up the fact that we do have 6 free hours of CLE on the Texas Bar CLE. They can go sign in, there's 6 free hours right there of CLE. Law Practice Management's also jumped into it. They're doing a series of short videos that they're doing. And these short videos are basically topic specific on how to deal with things in the COVID-19 pandemic, covering things such as estate planning, advanced directives, issues facing employers and employees, the SBA loans, advanced designation of custodian attorneys, and those kind of things. And our law practice management section actually has more of these how-to videos and stuff coming forward. One thing that I want to point out too that Trey and I did back on, I believe it was February 15th, is we were at the American Bar Association conference when it was held in Austin. And we got to watch past state bar president Richard Pena, who was president in 98 and 99, and Judge Laura Livingston of Travis County received the American Bar Association Spirit of Excellence Award. This was at the JW Marriott there in Austin. And let me tell you, that was to a packed house. And the majority of the packed house were Texas lawyers that were there watching this. You can see Mr. Pena and Judge Livingston in the photograph with Trey and I. This is basically honors lawyers whose commitment to racial and ethnic diversity in the legal profession and all that they've done. And I think it's kind of great that this year these awards went to two Texans, being past President Pena and Judge Livingston. And that was kind of a big honor for Trey and I to be there and watch that. The next thing is an action item that I have that I want to go over. The TOJI program, which was part of Frank Stevenson's initiative, his presidential year, was created in 2017. If you don't know much about TOJI, this is one that picked up a lot of the initial expenses for young lawyers, gave them mentoring, and in return, they provided pro bono legal services. And it's an 18-month program. And so far, we've run close to 70 lawyers through this. The first year we had this, it was done exclusively in Travis County. They had an office building. We provided phones, all kinds of stuff. The new way we're doing it now is basically virtual. We've kind of gone to a Zoom platform. So now we have these TOJI lawyers spread all out around the state while they're getting free resources and education and how-tos from our state bar. They're also out providing pro bono services. And let me tell you, that's something that kind of goes a long way with the access to justice people in our Supreme Court, showing that we're doing something. But what we're looking at doing is we want to create a work group. And this is the action item that we're looking at, is we want to create a work group. And this work group is going to look at taking the TOJI program outside of the Texas Bar's funding and basically make them a nonprofit, because we believe there's lots of grants and other monies and stuff out there that could fund it and allow them to grow probably at a rate larger than what we can in just funding them through the bar, because we're limiting our resources. When this thing started, it was a $1 million commitment by our bar, basically funding $200,000 a year. And we believe that by going nonprofit and letting them get grants and other things, that we can expand it at a much bigger rate while they're being supported by us. They're not eligible for these things. So what we want to do is propose this work group, which Trey and I and other members of the bar have gotten together, and we've selected a group, including Frank Stevenson, to head it, to allow this TOJI program to expand on its own and become its own entity. And with that, I guess, Mr. Chair, I have an action item, and it's now over to you.
Yes, sir. President-elect has made a motion that we create a work group on the Texas Opportunity and Justice Incubator. A second is necessary for this motion. Will someone please second the motion by unmuting?
Joe Longley, I second.
Thank you. Immediate past President Longley. Is there any discussion? All right. All those in favor, please unmute and signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, signify by saying nay. Hearing none, the motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next item is another action item. This is the proposed budget for the 2020-2021 year of the bar. We held our public hearing on April 7th. It was done by Zoom. one public member that attended, and that was Pablo Almazar, who's running for president-elect. The proposed budget has not had any changes since we presented it at the January board meeting. You also have a packet in your, a copy of the proposed budget in your March issue of the Texas Bar Journal, and should be on the stuff you have provided today. We've looked also at COVID-19 and the virus impact. Jared Forrester and I even had a conversation, I think it was the day before yesterday, about this, and he's the head of finance and audit and finance. And then I've had contact with Trey and other members of the bar, and we believe that the budget that we proposed is going to be a successful budget and a budget that we can work through. So we're asking that the budget remains the same. And so pending board approval, Mr. Chair, I hereby move on behalf of the Budget Committee to approve the presentation of the 2020-2021 proposed budget to the Supreme Court.
Thank you. Coming from a committee, no second is necessary. All directors in favor of submitting this budget to the Supreme Court, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please signify by saying nay. Hearing none, motion carries.
And Mr. Chair, that ends my report. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we'll have a report from the immediate past president, K. Longley.
I'm happy to report. I have no report.
Well, thank you.
Yay. And that is the best report. Thank you, Mr. Longley.
That's it. That was, will be noted for its brevity. Next, we'll go to item 11, the Executive Committee Nominations and Election Subcommittee discussion. Joe K. Longley and Laura Gibson. It's tab 5 in your binder.
This is Joe. I'm a co-chair along with Laura. I'll just lead off by saying that the latest vote tallies as of yesterday were 12,702 have voted in the president-elect election, which is 12.07% of our 105,000 membership. Just as a footnote, that is over half of the total vote of last year, which was 24,092. So it looks like since we have the extended voting period and we're not using paper ballots this year, we should surpass the total vote very easily, it would look like to me, of all the votes that were cast last year. And I'll turn it over to Laura if she has any further comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. So on your screen, you see that we have 10 directors who are completing their term of service at the annual meeting in June that I hope we get to have. And we have 5 contested elections and 5 uncontested elections. It seems like it was just yesterday that we got a call, I think it was March 13th, maybe March 12th, from some of our Texas lawyers who were asking why it was that Sylvia Barunda Firth and Pablo Almaguer were going around the state, shaking hands with everybody they could, campaigning for president-elect of the State Bar of Texas. Joe and I and Randy and Paul, and we agreed that I would call both Pablo and Sylvia to see if they would voluntarily cease campaigning in person. So I spoke to them on March 13. They agreed to do that, but asked that we revisit the circumstances a week later to see if things had changed. So on March 20, we had another call with them, and it was agreed that it was not a good idea to do any more in-person campaigning. And they agreed that they would campaign only by social media and old-fashioned phone calls. And the other directors agreed to that approach as well. That kind of started raising issues because around that time, New York has been the epicenter of the COVID-19 virus. And we were getting concerns and calls from our vendor who does our election voting, who is located in New York City. And we became concerned that the integrity of our voting process might suffer because our vendor would not certify the election results unless they were completely responsible and took the action to count all of the votes. And And they couldn't guarantee that they could do that because they are not an essential business, and they were limiting their in person. So the subcommittee, the nominations and elections subcommittee, actually had, I think it was about an hour-long telephone conference on Sunday, March 22, to discuss how we wanted to, or what kind of changes we needed to make to ensure the integrity of our voting process, with the concern that we wanted all of our attorneys to be able to vote, and that if they took the time to vote, we wanted to be able to count those ballots. And we had a very robust discussion with lots of interaction, and I'm really proud of the committee. It was very clear that while we had differences of opinion about how best to accomplish having a voting process that was one we could be proud of and one that allowed all of our attorneys to vote, everybody was committed to making sure that we got the votes out and that every vote was counted. And after that discussion, we voted 14-3 to conduct our elections only by online voting, because we didn't want a situation where a lawyer cast a paper ballot and we couldn't ensure that that ballot would be counted. So immediately after our subcommittee meeting, Trey and Randy and I got on the phone with Justice Lerman, and I know she's had to leave the meeting, but she was willing to take our call at 4 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon when I know she had lots of other business. And as she indicated, the court issued the 6th order allowing online voting only for this election cycle only. And we agreed that because people are being disrupted, their routines are being disrupted, they might not be able to go to their office to get their mail, that we wanted to make sure every lawyer had plenty of time to vote. So that 14-3 vote added an additional essentially a month to our voting period. So voting, as you know, will go through May 29. And I'm glad that Joe let us know that our voting numbers are pretty high, that it looks like we're on track to exceed the number of votes we had in our election last cycle. Hopefully you've seen the communications that the State Bar has been sending out by email, reminding our lawyers of the ability to vote. And, you know, if you are one of those lawyers who hasn't gone back to your office since the packet was mailed out with the campaigns of the, or the brochures of the candidates and your VAN number, I want to make sure you and all of your constituents know that you can vote electronically by going to the bar site, and Ray Cantu and the other State Bar professional leaders can help you through that and help your constituents through that. So I would really like it if in the next 2 weeks, each of you took the time to send an email to a bunch of your contacts and ask them to forward it on to their other contacts, suggesting that they vote if they haven't already, and offering to be a resource to them if they need any assistance with that voting process. So we will have the results of our election on May 29 in the evening and be able to announce them the next day. And I think we can all be very proud of the fact that we were able to be agile and make changes that we needed to ensure the integrity of our voting process. And I really want to thank the Nominations and Elections Subcommittee and my co-chair, Joe Longley, for all their hard work in these efforts. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Laura and Joe. Are there any comments from members of the board? All right, next we'll move on to item 11B, Policy Manual Subcommittee Discussion, General Report by Neil Kelly.
Greetings all. The Policy Manual Subcommittee has no action items for today. I just want to remind the board that for the next board meeting, we expect to receive from the section representatives to the board committee some revisions concerning State Bar sections in Part 5 of the Policy Manual. That's an important issue that we still need to address. And after consideration by the Policy Manual, we anticipate bringing those revisions to the board at the next meeting for action. That's all. Y'all be safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Next, we will move to item 12, the Discipline and Client Attorney Assistance Report by Steve Naylor. It's tab 6.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a general report and 3 action items for the board's consideration. Agenda item number 1, general discussion. The January board meeting, you will recall, the board sent back to the lawyer advertising rule proposals to the Committee on Disciplinary Rules Referenda, or the CDR as we call it. We requested that they consider amending the proposed rules to be consistent with the majority of other states on the issue of trade names. The CDR has developed and published a revised advertising proposal to address our concerns regarding trade names. They held a public hearing on April 7th to discuss the proposals. Now, in addition to the advertising rules, CDR published and held a public hearing on proposed rule 13.04, which addresses the voluntary appointment of custodian attorneys to assist with the final resolution and closure of an attorney's practice. The goal is to have them submitted for consideration at the June board meeting, which I hope we are all together for. It is possible that the board will be voting on these proposals at that time. Now, item number 2 is an action item. On March 18th, the CDRR submitted a new set of proposals which would amend rules 3.01, 3.02, and 3.03 of the Texas Rules of Disciplinary Procedure. The submission packet is included in your board portal under the DCAP committee tab. The proposal pertains to the assignment of judges and related procedures when a respondent in a disciplinary complaint elects to proceed in district court. The proposed rule would transfer judicial assignment duties from the Supreme Court of Texas to the presiding judges of the administrative regional judicial regions, relaxing geographic restrictions on assignments in order to lessen travel burdens on judges and add clarity to the general procedures involved. The Supreme Court requested that the CDRR look at this issue, and current Rule 3.02 requires the Supreme Court to appoint an active district judge who does not reside in the administrative judicial district in which the respondent resides to preside over the case. As a result, an assigned judge may be required to travel substantial distances to preside over a disciplinary proceeding. In addition, to obtain general public comments on the proposal, the CDRR obtained feedback from the presiding judges of the administrative judicial regions and from the chief disciplinary counsel. Each of the presiding judges approved the final version that we present to you today. The DCAP committee approved the proposal at our teleconference meeting on April 3rd. So our action is this. On behalf of the DCAP committee, I'd like to make a motion to approve the proposed amendments relating to Rule 3.01, 3.02, and 3.03 of the Texas Rules of Disciplinary Procedure.
Thank you. Motion coming from committee. No second is necessary. Is there any discussion? All right, let's vote. All directors who are in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please signify by saying nay. Hearing none, motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move on to our next item. Is a placeholder for the rules that we just approved. Because rules votes cost so much money to implement, the DCAP subcommittee is suggesting that the board hold these proposals to submit to the Supreme Court when we have other rule proposals ready to submit in a bundle at a later time. It is anticipated that the CDR will have more proposals for the board in the next 5 months. So all of the proposals can be sent to the court at one time. We are proposing that this be an action item so that the record will reflect what we have done with these proposals today. And the board has a plan to submit them to the court at a later date. Our action is this. On behalf of the DCAP subcommittee, I move that the board hold rule proposals 3.01 through 3.03 of the Texas Rules of Disciplinary Procedure just approved for support at a later date as a bundle with other proposed rules as deemed appropriate by the board.
Motion having come from a committee, no second is needed. Is there any discussion? All right, let's vote. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, signify by saying nay. Hearing none, the motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The final item is a topic related to what the succession planning work group has been working on, which is a similar to proposed Rule 13.04 that I mentioned earlier. Laura Gibson and Greg Sampson, the work group co-chairs, have worked with the CDRR on this rule. In addition to the voluntary appointment of custodian attorneys to assist in the final resolution and closure of an attorney's practice, the work group believes an additional rule is needed to assist with temporary cessations of practice due to a disabling circumstance. Under the State Bar Act, the board can pass a resolution requesting that the CDRR initiate consideration of the rule and conduct public hearings on the issue. The resolution is included in your board effect under DCAP tab. I'd like to make a motion for the board to approve a resolution requesting the CDRR to initiate the rule proposal process to address the voluntary appointment of custodian attorneys to assist with the temporary cessation of practice due to a disabling circumstance.
Motion having come from a committee, no second is necessary. Is there any discussion? All right, we'll now vote. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please signify by saying nay. Hearing none, motion carries.
That concludes my report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Naylor. Next, we'll go to item B, the Client Security Fund Subcommittee discussion, general report by Bob McKnight.
Thank you. Since the last board meeting, the Client Security Fund Subcommittee has met remotely on 2 occasions. The first meeting was held on March 21st, 2020, where the subcommittee reviewed 23 applications seeking a total of $182,784.53, all of which the subcommittee approved for payment. The next meeting we held remotely was yesterday, April 16th, where we reviewed 44 applications seeking a total of $143,441.83. The committee approved payments in the same amount. The total approved for payment since the last board meeting is $326,226.36. To date this fiscal year, the Client Security Fund has approved applications totaling $1,080,879.36. $777,269.64 remains available to the fund through the end of the fiscal year at the end of May. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. At this time, before we go to item 13, which is the Audit and Finance Committee, Jared Forrester, we will take a 10-minute recess. I suggest if you have any snacks available, you get those, and then we'll try to finish the meeting without a lunch break, if that's going to be possible. I have 5 minutes after 11, so we will reconvene at 11:15. We're temporarily in recess. Thank you.
And be sure not to hang up. Stay on the line. You don't have to rejoin.
That's a good safety tip. Okay, I've got about 11:15. Is everyone pretty much back? Let me scroll through here. All right, looks like everybody's, we got most of us. All right, we'll reconvene the meeting at 11:16 a.m. And at this time, we'll proceed with item 13, the Audit and Finance Committee report by Jared Foster. It's tab 7 in your materials.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. As Jerry just explained, the materials I'll be referencing today will be on the screen as well as behind tab 7 in your packet. This slide represents the financial operating results of the State Bar's General Fund, which is our primary operating fund for the State Bar. In addition, a copy of our financial dashboard is also included in your board packet. These February financials show that the bar is doing well 9 months into its current fiscal year. As of February 29th, General Fund had actual net revenues over expenditures and transfers totaling over $3.1 million. This chart shows the revenue trends of the General Fund by department for the current fiscal year to date compared to the prior 2 fiscal years. Our 3 top revenue generating departments continue to be membership, Texas Bar CLE, and MCLE. Financial trends indicate that these departments show steady revenue growth over the last 3 years. Revenue from the State Bar from last year to this year is primarily due to steady increases in the number of attorneys paying membership dues, the steady growth and the use of Texas Bar CLE products, as well as an increase in MCLE fees due to an increase in the number of CLE courses accredited by that department. Similar to the previous slide, this chart shows expenditure trends over the General Fund by division for the current fiscal year to date compared to the prior 2 fiscal years. This chart indicates that expenditure trends for the General Fund remain stable or have had steady and controlled growth over the last 3 years. 9 months into this fiscal year, the General Fund has had a positive budget to actual net variance of over $2.2 million. This positive variance is primarily due to greater revenues received than anticipated. Further details and explanations on these variances are found in the financial highlights document in your packet. This slide illustrates, sort of our projected financial impact of COVID-19 for the period of March to May 2020. State Bar estimates that the financial impact of the changes of operations due to COVID-19 virus response will result in a decrease in the financial position of approximately $447,000. This is due primarily on the revenue side, the loss of revenue on the Texas Bar CLE live classrooms and free CLE provided. An extension of MCLE non-compliance fees, the loss of sponsor accreditation fees, the loss of CDC disciplinary fees, and lower lawyer referral fees. On the expenditure side, additional spending for professional cleaning, security services at the law center, additional IT equipment as people are working remotely, and also have some savings in the meetings and travel costs from holding meetings remotely in the Texas Bar CLE live courses, as well as the TYLA and State Bar Board of Directors meetings and committee meetings. At the end of February, the bar reported a positive net excess variance of over $2.2 million over budget. This positive variance were to decrease by $447,000. The State Bar would still end this bar year in very strong financial condition. The financial audits. The State Bar issued an RSP for financial auditing services every 5 years. This is in compliance with our policy board manual. These auditors will audit the State Bar's financial condition and provide an opinion as to whether the financial statements of the bar are free from material misstatements. In February, we issued an RFP for financial audit services to 14 CPA firms. 3 firms responded and were received and analyzed. Detailed information was provided to our Audit and Finance Committee on the 3 firms who responded. After a comparison of personnel qualifications, previous governmental auditing experience, and other relevant factors, the Audit and Finance Committee's members selected and interviewed the top 2 candidates. After discussion and deliberation, the Audit and Finance Committee agreed that the firm of Weaver was the best firm to serve us in this role. Weaver is a reputable firm. They may be familiar to, the name may be familiar to some of you because they were the firm that conducted our transparency audit a couple of years ago. Weaver is the 39th largest CPA firm in the nation and has completed financial audits for businesses similar to the State Bar, including the Texas Board of Law Examiners and the Texas Lottery Commission. The staff assigned are all CPAs with multiple years of professional audit experience, and Weaver also proposed what we felt was the best value in their fee structure. At this time, on behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee, I'd like to make a motion for this board to approve the selection of the CPA firm Weaver as the State Bar's financial auditors for a period of up to 5 fiscal years. Jerry, you're on mute.
I'm sorry. Coming from a committee, no second is necessary. Is there any discussion? May we have a second for the motion? I'll take it back. Nothing is needed. All right, we'll vote. All directors who are in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, please signify. Hearing none, motion carries.
Thank you. Next item is our investment management services. Similar to audit services, the State Bar is required to issue an RFP for investment management services every 5 years, according to the policy manual. An RFP was issued to 5 consulting firms that specialize in public funds portfolios. We received a proposal from 2 firms. These responses were analyzed, references were checked, SEC data was verified, detailed information was provided to the Audit and Finance Committee for these 2 firms, and based on past performance and excellent professional service extended to the bar during the last 14 years, the Audit and Finance Committee agreed that the investment firm of PFM Asset Management should continue to serve as the State Bar's investment manager. On behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee, I make a motion to approve entering into a contract with PFM Asset Management to serve as the State Bar's investment manager for fiscal years 2021 and 21-22.
Coming from a committee, no second is necessary. Is there any discussion? All right, we will vote. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, please signify by saying nay. Motion carries.
Switching to our quarterly investment report, a copy of this is included in your board packet. Barry Boyer, Senior Managing Consultant for PFM, presented this investment report to the Audit and Finance Committee meeting that was held yesterday. Overall, I can say that the portfolio is highly liquid and maintains high credit quality. The portfolio generated a quarterly return of 1.18%, which outperformed the benchmark 6-month Merrill Lynch Treasury Index return of 0.58%. The portfolio value as of February 28th was about $34.4 million. Interest revenue earned in the general fund for the 9 months ended February 28th, 2019 was $715,000. The weighted average maturity of the portfolio is 606 days. Going forward, as you will know, the Fed has cut interest rates to basically 0. But given the duration of the average maturity of the portfolio, we are in a good position because we're collecting interest that was priced sort of pre-COVID, pre-pandemic as our investments mature and we go out to repurchase securities, we'll be buying them at significantly lower interest rates. So going forward, yields on treasury notes have fallen significantly to about 25 basis points for a 2-year treasury note. This will significantly impact future investments by the State Bar, and we will see a lower return as to our investments in the future. On behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee, I make a motion to accept the February 29th, 2020 quarterly investment report.
Coming from the committee, no second is needed. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed, signify by saying nay. Hearing none, motion carries.
At this time, I'm going to ask Darlene Brown, who is a director at McConnell & Jones, our internal audit firm, to present the results of her firm's recent internal audit of the State Bar of Texas. Darlene.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We've completed 3 audits. If we can go to the next slide. So this year we completed the 3 audits according to the approved audit plan. The first one was the Public Funds Investment Act audit. The second one was a continuing legal education program and administrative processes audit. And then the third one was the accounting and finance processes audit. And I really do want to thank your staff. We were actually able to get in and be on site for just a little less than 2 weeks to complete all of these audits. And that was due to the fact that your staff provided us a lot of the documentation ahead of time. And so while we were on site, we were able to focus exactly on what we needed and pinpoint our questions to them. And they made sure that they were available to us while we were on site. And also they got us the supplemental information very quickly while we were there for our audit testing. So I really do want to thank everybody involved in these audits. If we could go to the next slide, please. And then, so the first one is the Public Funds Investment Act. If we could go to the next slide. This is an audit that is conducted every year at your request. By statute, it's only required every 2 years, but your annual policy is required every year. So this year, we still looked at the same 25 requirements. We had no instances of non-compliance. And we rated the internal controls over all your investment processes as effective. And if we continue along this path over this next year, I see that this is going to be trending up as best practices. I would like to commend the relationship that everybody has, the Audit and Finance Committee and your Tracy with your investment firm, because you're getting really good reports and you're managing your money during this time of uncertainty. You're in a very good position with your investments thanks to that relationship. If there's no questions on this audit report, I will move on to the next one. Okay, so the second one was the Continuing Legal Education Program Administrative Processes. We rated this one as generally effective. We had 2 medium findings and 1 low risk finding. And the reason that this is the first time that this division has had this kind of in-depth audit under our processes. We took a deep dive into all of the internal controls and processes that are in place to make sure that the program is meeting the objectives. And so all of the staff need to be commended that with this deep dive, we only had 3 findings and neither one of them were rated high to your agency. And in fact, one of them was addressed immediately and has already been resolved. So the Texas Bar CLE is sponsor for your NCLE compliance. You've managed to maintain a sizable portion of the CLE market, and that's through offering different avenues for your your members and maintaining a low cost structure. And those 6 hours of free CLEs are going to even help this even further. So if we could go to the next slide, please. Summarizes the focus areas that we had. We looked at the planning and execution for the program. We looked at how quality control is monitored, making sure that you're getting speakers that you need that have the expertise and the knowledge and the experience to be presenting that topic. We looked at how the budgets are controlled and the pricing of the courses to make sure that the program can continue to operate, because if you offer too many at low cost where you're not making covering your costs, then you're not going to have this program continue in perpetuity. And your staff does a very good job at managing the budget. We look at cash is handled for those rare instances that cash is still accepted for a transaction. We also looked at the production and printing costs and how making sure that weren't being printed or acquired, and then you have an obsolescence, which is going to end up impacting your bottom line. And then we also looked at the procurement processes for information technology, your meeting spaces, and just your general materials. So in total, there's 40 employees that run the program. Over 1,200 courses are offered each year, which is just amazing. If the chart above breaks it down, you can see that there's a trend towards more online and webcasts, which is going to help improve your attendance and keep your costs down. Next slide, please. That was one too many. There we go. So the 3 observations that we had, the first one is that you rely on one information system primarily to run the CLE program. There's been informal analysis, cost analysis done, and we're recommending that a formal documented cost analysis be performed on a regular basis, and especially prior to the next contract is issued. And that way you can make sure that you're still getting the best value, because as technology changes, there might be some more features at a lower cost than what you're currently paying. We rated that as a medium risk to the agency, and the reason it is medium risk is because it's a significant amount of dollars in total for your system plus web content and database management. The second recommendation that we had is that while we were doing this audit, there wasn't any controls in place to make sure that the company that is being used for your third-party inventory management, they are responsible for making sure that inventory is maintained in proper levels and all the security around it. But the staff at State Bar were not performing an independent physical inventory to make sure that the information that was being provided by your third-party company was accurate and that your inventory was still actually there in the quantities that they said. We also noted that the reports that were being provided to the State Bar did not include costs of the inventory on hand. So as soon as we brought that up to Hetty's group, they took immediate action. There's now costs involved in the reports being provided, and they've gone out and taken a regular spot check of the inventory, and they have a process in place to make sure that happens going forward on a regular basis. We rated that as a medium risk just because of the value that's involved in the quantity of the inventory, but that's what, like I said, that one's been resolved. The third one that we have as a low risk, and that is when we're looking at acquiring lodging and meeting spaces, there is a competitive process to an extent. And we were saying that let's go ahead and designate a staff member as a procurement officer within the TBC division, so they can ensure that processes are in place consistently to expand that pool potentially of qualified vendors, so you can make sure you're getting even prices in the future if possible. Those were our 3 recommendations. And again, I would like to commend Hetty's group for doing an amazing job. I mean, when you think about it, over 1,200 course offerings, that's pretty good with only a team of 40. So if there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer those. Next slide, please. The last audit was over the accounting and finance processes. And this is another one where we did a really deep dive on all of activities. We rated those internal controls as effective. We know that the agency continues to receive unqualified opinions and that your general fund indicates a strong and healthy financial position. And that comes from due diligence. So during the time of this audit was also when your financial reports were prepared for issuance, and they issued a separate independent management letter that had a comment about a material weakness and a significant deficiency. So we had communications with Tracy Jarrett, and we are confident that these were one-time events that caused this. They were self-reported, and that your organization, through Tracy's office and working with the leadership team, have implemented some additional processes and controls that we believe are going to prevent anything like this from occurring in the future. One of those is that we are going to be checking in with Tracy's group to make sure that they're staying on track throughout the year with what they plan on implementing. Go to the next slide, please. We looked at the financial system controls. This is the automated information system. Who has access to it? What do they have access to? And how are they using that information? We also looked at the budgeting process. We looked at how processes are for recording revenue, for recording expenses, for the reconciliation process, not only of bank accounts, but of the different individual accounts. We looked at the monthly and regular financial reporting processes. And then we also looked at what is the process for preparing for your annual financial report. And we have, your agency has strong controls, strong processes, all well documented. So we had no findings, but the accounting and finance division are managing over $52 million in revenues and $49 million in expenses last year, with a general fund balance of over $17.7 million, which again indicates that you have really good processes and controls. So when we analyze average monthly operating expense out of the general fund, we determined that your fund balance has about 5 months of operating funds should an emergency occur and you're not able to get the revenue in a timely manner. So that's pretty good, because most companies have about 2 to 3 months, some up to 6. So 5 months, you're right, ideal. Are there any questions on this report? Well, thank you. It's been a pleasure working with you again this year. And we hope that we get the opportunity to work again with you next year.
Thank you, Darlene. These internal audit reports were presented to the Audit and Finance Committee in detail yesterday. You have copies of them. And so at this time, on behalf of the Audit and Finance Committee, I now make a motion to accept the internal audit reports from McConnell and Jones for the fiscal year ended May 31st, 2019.
Thank you. Coming from a committee, no second is needed. Is there any discussion? All right, we'll have a vote. All directors who are in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed by saying nay? Hearing none, motion carries. Jared, is that all for your report?
I have just a couple of closing remarks on the COVID-19 matter. Just want everybody to know that, through sound financial management and very prudent budgeting activities through the previous administrations, as well as the current and the budget for next year, the bar is in very strong financial position entering into this period of uncertainty. The COVID, but make no mistake, COVID will financially impact the bar. We hope only minimally this year, but in the next fiscal year as well, until things come back to normal. You know, while this situation is out of our control, it is imperative, you know, that the bar continue its service to the lawyers of Texas as well as the members of the public. And the governor has mandated this, and Trey is very adamant about it as well. So as we sort of navigate these challenging times together, you know, the Audit and Finance Committee will be working closely with Tracy and her team, as well as the executive leadership at the bar to monitor things on an active basis. And to the extent that anyone has any questions, concerns, or comments, please don't hesitate to reach out to myself or anyone on our committee or through Tracy. And then lastly, I just like to thank all the members of the Audit and Finance Committee for their hard work. It's one of the more active committees on the State Bar Board, but we all couldn't do it without the assistance and leadership of Tracy Jarrett and her team, as well as Ray Cantu and Kaylin and Trey. So that concludes my report, but I wanted to recognize those folks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jared. We've been very fortunate to have Jared as the head of the Audit and Finance Committee these 2 years now, and we are in great financial condition because of all the reasons he stated. Next, we'll move to item 14, Commission for Lawyer Discipline, Chief Disciplinary Counsel update. Noel Reed and Shauna Willing.
Yes, I don't have a presentation for y'all today, but our materials, our quarterly report is in your materials under tab 8. I'm happy to answer any questions if anyone has any of them. Thanks.
Okay, does anyone have any questions? All right, next we'll move to item 15, Public Services and Education Committee, Affordable Legal Services Subcommittee discussion, general report, Shelby Jean. All right, I have a no report item here on my agenda, so we will proceed to item, assuming there was no report, we will proceed to item 16.
Hi, Jerry. Sorry, that is right. I had communicated with Don recently, and we're going to be issuing a report at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Next, item 16, Administration Committee, James Wester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a very brief report. Since our last meeting, we reached out to the chair of the general practice solo and small firm section in an effort to try to get some feedback from them. We were able to get feedback from the council, or some initial feedback from the council, that they think that this needs to be studied more carefully, and they wanted us to look at the potential for other issues to arise as we go through this, and also want to be sure that this doesn't lead to any unnecessary controversies. That was sort of late February due to the pandemic. Our efforts to move forward at this point have been stalled. That's the end of my report. Thank you.
Thank you, James. And thank you for that wonderful invocation earlier. Next, we'll move to 16B, Performance Measures and Strategic Planning Subcommittee, David Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Strategic Planning Subcommittee is still looking forward to July as the time that we'll hold the actual committee meetings, and working with our outside consultant, Elizabeth Derrico from New York. I checked with Liz just a week ago, and she's doing fine in her part of the state, dealing with things, and she is staying in touch with bar leaders around the country with whom she consults. So I think it's going to stand her in good stead and stand us in good stead when the planning committee actually starts its work in July, hopefully in person, hopefully at the bar leaders conference. And if that does not happen in person, then we'll work on it some other way. But that's the extent of our report. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for David or comments from the board? All right, next we'll move to item 17, Member Services and Education Committee, Appeals Grant Review Subcommittee discussion by Amy Peace.
We have no report.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Next, the Professional Development Subcommittee discussion, general report, Nicole Boyles.
Hi, everybody. How are y'all doing? The Texas Bar CLE was in a very strong financial position as of the end of February, with more than $800,000 in excess net revenue from budget projections. In early March, because of the restrictions on group gatherings and shelter-in-place orders, the Texas Bar CLE rescheduled most of the live seminars scheduled through May 10th to later in the summer or the fall. Rescheduling these programs, coupled with the extension of the MCLE compliance deadlines, will result in reduced revenues, as you've heard about, for live courses and online classes. But we still anticipate meeting our budgeted net revenue projections for the current fiscal year. Since we're at the time uncertain when we will be able to hold in-person CLE programs, Texas Bar CLE will be converting our live seminars to a webcast format at least through the end of May, and quite likely moving forward into June, and possibly even further into the summer until we have a more definitive information on how the coronavirus will play out. This may result in lower attendance and revenue going forward, but may be offset in part by lower hotel and travel expenditures. President-elect McDougall spoke earlier about the 3 free webcasts that he's given on COVID-19 related to legal issues. So far, these programs have provided 16,529 hours of free CLE to Texas lawyers, and they are available online for anyone who has missed them. Texas Bar Books is offering Texas Bar members free access to the Texas Guardianship Manual online through May 31st. This manual includes forms and instruction for advanced planning documents such as medical directives and powers of attorney that many Texans are needing at this time. Over 400 attorneys have requested access to the manual in less than a week. The family law section, with the assistance of the Texas Bar Book staff attorney Sue Males, has created a motion in order for use of emergency procedures. This motion may be used in family law and other civil cases to request different types of relief from the courts during a state of emergency affecting the county in which a case is pending. The order contains a model of detailed procedures for remote proceedings. These forms are available for download by any Texas attorney from texasbarbooks.net website and have also been incorporated into the Texas Family Law Practice Manual online. Last, the Texas Bar Books has worked with the Harris County Law Library and with the Dallas Bar Associations to make Texas Bar Books materials and forms, particularly certain advanced directive forms, available to the public during the COVID-19 pandemic. Patrons of the Harris County Law Library can request copies of the forms and instructions by email or telephone. The copies of advanced directive forms are available for download through the Dallas Bar Association website. And that's all for my report. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Nicole, for that great report. Next, we will hear from Allison Colvin, New Directors Orientation Subcommittee.
Good morning, everyone. The New Directors Orientation Subcommittee had a Zoom meeting on April 13th. We have 6 members of that subcommittee, Jeff Allison, Deborah Cordova, Mark Gravely, Bob McKnight, Nicole Voiles, and myself. We discussed the plan for the orientation for the new board members that's scheduled from 8:30 to 11:30 a.m. on June 24th. That will be in conjunction with the annual meeting in Dallas, crossing fingers that will be there at the Hilton Anatole. There will be a total of 21 new directors this year, and that includes section reps and liaisons. So I'm hoping it will go smoothly. I think this is either the 4th or 5th time I've gone through or led new directors orientation. So hopefully I have it down by now. That's my report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Allison. Great report. Now we will go to Item 17D, Insurance Member Benefits Subcommittee, Leslie Dipple.
Hi, everyone, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I may not be coming to you with quite the energy and levity that I did when we last met, but I do come and deliver this report to the board with a great deal of respect and gratefulness for the amount of work that the State Bar has done as a whole, and the Member Benefits Committee specifically, including Member Benefits, Inc., and everything that they have done, which I'm going to go over a little bit, and all the other vendors that we work with. So I just want to preface that with giving that note of gratitude. With nearly 2 months left this fiscal year, we're right on track to meet all of our projections. The individual product enrollments have grown by 24%, and group product enrollments have increased by 28%, which puts us in a very great spot. The next slide tells us that in response to COVID-19, the exchange run by Member Benefits, Inc. has taken some actions that are a great deal of benefit to all of our members. First of which is members are receiving a grace period if necessary and needed for the payment of their premiums for up to 90 days. Thank you for that. They also receive disciplinary telehealth to all members through May 31st. That's all members, whether you are currently enrolled or not. Complimentary telehealth services through May 31st. A wonderful, wonderful benefit that they're providing to all of us. The next slide describes what Member Benefits has done to assist members in the essential health cost information to apply for SBA loans, should that be necessary. So they're trying to provide as much information to all small businesses, all small law firms to help get as much financial support as possible. They've also responded to a sharp increase in special enrollments of individual health plans, which is anticipated from those who may be out of work and have lost coverage. And they've already seen a sharp uptick in those enrollments. So they're managing that quite well, despite having their own challenges and working remotely. So our hats off to them as usual for supporting the State Bar to the extent that they do. It's a wonderful partnership. Non-insurance benefits to report. As of February, revenue was 4% greater than this same time last year. So we've got the whole rest of the year that we know we're going to exceed the goals that we've set. That grew from $657,000 to $683,000 approximately. So we're right where we're wanting to be and more. As of March, visits to the member benefits page has already exceeded the total number of visits for all of last fiscal year by 16%. This shows that President Sorrell's push, my push, President-elect McDougal's push, every one of you that is publicizing all of the benefits and the members benefits page on the website is working. And we're getting the word out to all of the wonderful benefits that we provide to our members. So thank you for that. FedEx and TimeSolve, which is a practice management software, have been added to the program, providing discounts and of course just another benefit to our members about being able to manage their practice remotely. We've had some really exciting news for all of our sports fans. You remember how excited we were about some of the other non-insurance benefits that we had. Corey has been in contact with every NBA team, every MLB team. Everybody's on board to provide discount on tickets. We just can't do it yet. But don't worry, those have been only postponed and put on hold and not canceled. So we certainly look to revisit that and provide those benefits to our members as well. Staff is also working on negotiating a discount for Texas attorneys with Zoom. So I know I am mostly running everything that I do through Zoom meetings, and I know that you are too. So look for that. They're in negotiations. They seem excited about that opportunity and has not partnered in that way before with any other entity. So we're excited about that possibility. If you have not looked at your last, your member benefits email, please do so and visit the website. Look at everything that's being offered by all of our partners. They're struggling as well. To the extent that we can support them as they've supported us, let's encourage all the lawyers of Texas to do so. There's also some work from home solutions that they're all offering. So some of those things may change. And I'm asking you to please take a look at that and communicate that to all of your members. Finally, remember the last thing that we can do, these are only as good as we get the word out to our members. So please tell your constituents and all of your circles of influence about the free telehealth, the extended grace periods for premiums for those that have enrolled. And of course, all of the other benefits that we've tried to accommodate to help everybody that is working remotely during this time. And lastly, just make sure that they know the State Bar cares about them and we want to know what they need, and just to communicate with you or with anybody that they can get a hold of, and the message will get up to where it needs to be. So thank you all very much. That ends our report. Just stay safe. Look forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you, Leslie. Anyone have any questions or comments for Leslie? All right, next we'll go to item 18, section representative to board committee discussion, section update. Emily Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. April is typically one of the busiest months for sections, and this year the sections department has canceled 22 CLEs, meetings, and retreats scheduled in the last week of March through April. The staff were able to reschedule almost all of these events and have had a positive resolution of all contracts. There have been no fines or cancellation fees. The sections department is fully operational from their homes and will be putting on some very good Zoom meetings in April and May. And they are currently troubleshooting several large events for sections through the summer and the fall. Each section has been asked to develop and document the policies and procedures that they use to handle their finances. We have given them in-person guidance at each of the last 2 Council of Chairs meetings. We have also given them very detailed sample policies to help them develop their own section policies. Tracy Jarrett and Tracy Knuckles have been available to help them with any questions that they have while they're developing their policies. The policies are due on May the 15th, a little less than a month, and a number of sections have already turned their financial policies in. The section representatives to the board committee and the leadership of the Council of Chairs has been working on a list of suggested improvements to the board policy manual for sections, which Neil mentioned earlier. Our goals are to develop a very clear minimum standards that sections must use to maintain a section. For example, keeping a current and updated website. They must provide member services. They must practice sound and conservative fiscal management, and they must publish 2 annual newsletters. We have also provided very clear and simple directions regarding finances. We have told sections what they are required to do to provide to the bar, such as bank statements and financial statements. They must also participate in annual audits of their finances. So we're going to have actual processes to review sections who do very, very important work and are really the front line of the bar. Current board policy just says that the board can review and remove a section from the due statement, which is basically just a big thumbs up or a thumbs down with no process as to how this should happen. We're contemplating a review process where a section would be notified of the review period. 2 people from the section representatives or the Council of Chairs leadership would shadow the section during the review and make recommendations for improvement. And at the end of the review, we would either end the review, continue to the review, or make recommendations to the board for further actions. We presented this at the last Council of Chairs meeting and had a full discussion with the section leadership. Everybody understood the need for this, and that is an improvement with a chance to rehabilitate sections that have any problems. We had a Q&A section where there was only one question, where one section rep asked to be able to see the red line, which we all agreed was an appropriate thing for the members to be involved in. So what comes next? The section reps and the Council of Chairs leadership will be working with the section's department staff and finance division to finalize our recommendations. We hope to hand this over to the board policy manual very soon for drafting, and our goal is to get it to them in time to bring something to the board in June, wherever we may be. The sections are doing great work. Their work has transitioned almost exclusively to online, as has everybody's. And if any section does have an issue, this gives us a process and an opportunity to address those issues. That concludes my report. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Emily, for that excellent report. Does anyone have any questions or comments for Emily? All right, next we will hear from the report from the Texas Bar Foundation presented by Dallas's own and my friend Florentino A. Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, everybody. Hopefully we have here the good news for the day. Texas Bar Foundation has been hard at work, just wrapping up its second cycle of the year, which I'll report on shortly. I just wanted to give a quick summary of what is the Texas Bar Foundation. Bar Foundation was established in 1965 by a group of attorneys determined to assist the public and improve the profession. Over the years, we've had terrific support from our fellows, which has resulted in the foundation now becoming the largest charitably funded bar foundation in the country. And this is all thanks to our fellows, many of which are members of the State Bar Board, and we're very, very appreciative of your support. The Bar Foundation mission statement is simply to solicit charitable contributions and provide funding to enhance the rule of law and the system of justice in Texas. We support review grants from nonprofit entities that are law related and bar associations, which provide programs to the public for the enhancement of justice and the system of justice in Texas. This is critical work as we try to reach all the corners of our great state, not just the main metropolitan areas, but also the rural areas. You as directors of the State Bar are our best ambassadors. We look to leaders such as yourselves to go out and spread the good word of the foundation to your communities. And we encourage you to look at our criteria and go out to your communities and ask them to see if their programs may be a good fit for our foundation. So precisely how do we select our members? Well, we extend invitations out to 1/3 of 1% of our attorneys in Texas. We involve our co-chairs at each of the districts of the state to select nominating committees in their districts to seek out potential attorneys that could be a good fit for the foundation. Attorneys generally have to be practicing 5 years to be considered for nomination to the foundation. And we rely on these local committees to be our eyes and ears for potential support out there in the community. To become a fellow, you must be invited, you must be approved by the Board of Trustees, and you must pledge your commitment of $2,500, and your first gift must be received by the office in order for you to become a fellow. We have 3 tiers of fellows. We have fellows who have paid their initial first installment, which can be up through 10 years to accomplish a $2,500 pledge to the foundation. And then we have our life fellows. Those are fellows who have completed their pledge, their $2,500 pledge to the foundation. And then we have our sustaining life fellows. And those are really our most appreciative fellows because those dollars go directly to our grants. Sustaining life fellows are those that continue to pay to the foundation at least 10% of their original pledge that goes directly to grants. So 100% of those dollars allow us to increase the funds that we're able to use to make grants to these fantastic programs across the state. So what exactly do we do with your dollars? We have, as trustees, the privilege to review all these grants that are received from organizations across the state. And they vary in interest. It's an amazing feat what these organizations are doing out there. We see programs that meet all of our aspects of our mission: public education to the third branch of government, victim services, legal services for low-income defendants, professionalism and ethics for lawyers, improvement to the welfare of Texas children, and historical preservation and research. So we received this past quarter, this past cycle that we just completed this year, in excess of 60 grant applications. And it is here where I have to really give the accolades to our Board of Trustees. Every single member has been hard at work. We each received between 5 and 6 grants, which we individually review, individually interview with the leaders of those organizations requesting grant funds, and then summarize to the board for our consideration in awarding these grants. Our Board of Trustees are hardworking. It's a phenomenal group. And I really want to make sure that they are acknowledged in this presentation because they are the core of what we do, along with our wonderful staff that allows us to do what we do. And again, in these times, we are, hopefully we are the good news for these organizations. Very uncertain times now, but these organizations are being able to count on our contributions from the foundation to fund these programs, which are now even more desperately needed. In the following slide, I've got just a few examples for you of some programs that we funded. First one here is to the Texas Lawyer Assistant Program of $54,000, which we just approved. It's a fantastic program that provides education materials and resources to Texas lawyers and law students regarding depression and suicide prevention. This is obviously a program that's very near and dear to all of our hearts. And not to mention that the funding came from a very unique source, which we were very happy to administer. Another great program that we were able to fund was $45,000 to the Texas Young Lawyers Association. Victor Flores, who sits on our board and is a very energetic member of our board, gave us a great summary of this terrific program, Your Voice Now, as he has probably already or will present today to the board. It is always interesting to hear Victor's perspective on the board because, as you know, the TYLA comes in with so much energy and so many programs. It's just amazing. And we're very, very happy to be a part of the funding for this program. Additional programs that I wanted y'all to see is a program from the Amarillo area, the Amarillo Area Bar Foundation, where we granted them $5,192 for their trial academy for young lawyers and how to enhance their trial skills in jury selection. Also, the Lone Star Victims Advocacy Center, $40,150 to go to their intake specialist program, screening immigrant survivors of sexual assault. As you can see, the diversity of our grantees is not only in the areas that we center on in the communities, but also in all corners of our state. And again, I'd like to reach out to all of you and have you communicate to your communities that we are open to receive grant applications. We just completed our grant cycle. We have awarded for 2019 and 2020, we awarded in excess of $1.3 million in grants just this year. And of course, that's thanks to our fellows and our wonderful sustaining fellows. We have been able to, again, approve the grants that have been presented to us thanks to the hard work of our trustees and our staff. I have a slide up there that talks about our staff and our executive director, Andrea Stone, who has done a terrific job of managing all of this throughout this crisis, as all of us have navigated. It's been a terrific teamwork by Andrea and her staff, and also again by the trustees. For now, I think that's all I have. If I have any questions, please let me know, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Tino. Great job. Great job by the foundation. Now, does anyone have any questions for Tino about the foundation? Next, we'll move on to item 20, Texas Young Lawyers Association discussion and general report. Victor Flores.
Hey guys, I'm gonna keep it shorter than usual. I just want to express our heartfelt gratitude to everybody. and their support for us this year. This year we started off with challenging our board that we could be better together, and now more than ever, that's just that couldn't be more true, right? I want to thank Ray, Randy, Jerry, Larry, and the entire board for their support of the Texas Young Lawyers Association. We have felt your support, and we're just so grateful. I'm proud to announce that all of our projects are being completed on time or will be completed by the first week of May. And I just want to highlight three of those projects. One, Tino's already mentioned, and I just want to thank Tino and the Texas Bar Foundation for the support of our organization in creating the Your Voice Now project. I know you've all have heard about it before. It is now live. We're trying to get the word out through the Texas Bar Journal article that we just published through our social media, and it's just an amazing resource. Now really it kind of came at a good time when students are trying to study from home. And if you haven't interacted with the website, it's really empowering and educational for not just students, but for teachers and administrators. You can go to yourvoicenow.tyla.org, or you can go to our website, tyla.org, and then in the search bar, just type in Your Voice Now. I also want to highlight the work that our online member services committee has been doing this year. They've been working with Lowell Brown, and our goal this year for that committee was to engage lawyers in a more efficient way. And I'm really proud to announce that as of today's date this year, we've had over 1.5 million engagements, impressions. I won't go into what those are, but it's a large number, and it demonstrates how much we're connecting with other lawyers through our social media pages. And we've added 2,000 new followers just on our Facebook page. And to compare that to past years have been, gaining about 500 to 600 per year. So that just shows the amount of work that our directors are doing. And if you followed us on Facebook, on our social media pages, we are posting multiple times a day. And that's just, that goes to the commitment of our board. The last one I want to talk about is our cornerstone project for this year. You've heard me talk about, attorney wellness. Everybody on here has been supportive of it. We're doing our last final touches on the website, our attorney wellness website, and that's going to go live. We're planning to launch it with the Lawyer Wellbeing Week. I think that was kicked off by the National Task Force on Lawyer Wellbeing. I know the State Bar is going to be doing several launches and announcements during that week, and we're hoping to market and go live with our attorney wellness project this year when we tasked that committee to give the full breadth of what is attorney wellness. We knew it was going to be a difficult task. We didn't know it was going to be that difficult, taking so many different resources, synthesizing them and putting them on a platform that was engaging. Some of those topics that are going to be discussed is, yes, suicide prevention, right? So warning signs and symptoms, but we're also offering managing attorney wellness, or attorney wellness from the managing partner's perspective, achieving wellness through food, diet, nutrition. We have Mary Claire Haver, who's talked about that, mediation by Melanie Brigg, some tech tips, social media from Chris Ritter, exercise, managing stress, managing work-life workload, sleep, what sleep does to increase your attorney wellness, establishing firm culture of wellness, and also providing additional resources from the ABA, the National Suicide Prevention Group, and TLAP. That covers a lot of different perspectives from law students, young lawyers, associates, partners, government lawyers, big firm attorneys, and solo practitioners. And so it's a very broad a resource that we hope will engage attorneys across the state of Texas. And we really think that this will be picked up by other state bar associations as well. Again, it's going to be launching, going live the first week of May. Now, some things have changed. The pandemic has stretched all of us. But with each kind of trial in life, we adapt, we improvise and become stronger. And so some of those things that we have had to adapt on and improvise is that we aren't going to have a in-person meeting for our family May meeting. We're going to be doing something similar like we're doing here today. But I'm happy to report that that's going to be at we didn't incur any penalty or cost from the hotel for doing that. Also, we had to cancel our national trial competition. That was not an easy decision. We did exhaust all options, including maybe even, we even discussed doing it virtually on a format similar to this. But it was just determined at the time that it was in the best interest of everybody if we just postponed it till next year. But again, happy to report that we didn't incur any penalties or cancellation fees or losing deposits or that type of concerns for doing that. And finally, I just kind of want to take a point of personal privilege and acknowledging Brittany Harrison. Brittany will be taking over in a few months, and I just want to say a few things about Brittany. Brittany and I both entered Leadership SBOT together, which is a great organization, a great project that is funded and supported through the State Bar of Texas. She's passionate about serving others. She is humble. She is kind. She is one of the hardest workers that I've gotten to know. TYLA is in great hands. If you haven't had the privilege and opportunity of getting to know her on a personal level, I encourage you to do so as you can. Especially once we hopefully meet back up in person. Brittany, I can't wait to see the amazing things you're going to do under your year, and I couldn't be more proud of you. So with that, I'll take any kind of questions or just yield back to the chair.
Anyone have any questions for Victor? Thank you, Victor, for that excellent report as usual. Next, we move to item 21, liaison report. Supreme Court liaison Justice Learman has already given her report earlier. So we will go to the Court of Criminal Appeals liaison, Judge Bert Richardson.
I'm here. Everybody hear me okay? Let me just, can you hear me okay, Jerry?
Yes.
Okay. Let me just go over a few things. I'll make this quick from my end. If anybody has any questions, let me know, or feel free to contact me. First of all, we're pretty much up and running. We've had 2 conferences using the Zoom. We're getting opinions out. I think a lot of thanks has to go to David Slayton at OCA. He's just done a magnificent job of getting us organized and getting us tech savvy so we can do that. We're able to issue opinions. The conferences go quite smoothly. We are anticipating following the lead of the Supreme Court having oral argument if this thing doesn't clear up anytime soon. If anybody has any questions about what's going on at the court and the orders that have been issued, I would encourage you to either contact me or contact Sion Shillab. She's our general counsel, and she's a great help in kind of navigating what's going on with cases at the court. Very few cases have been impacted other than the executions, which many on an individual basis. I would encourage everybody, both in the civil and the criminal arena, to pay close attention without commenting on the merits of the cases to cases pending at the Texas Supreme Court and our court that deal with the governor's order and whether or not that's infringing on anybody's constitutional rights. Those courts, we haven't issued any opinion orders yet, but I think probably the next week or two you may see something that might be beneficial to your offices. And that's really all I have to say. If anybody needs to get in touch with me, I can steer you in the right direction of getting help. on any matters that relate to the problems that this has caused. And that's it, Jerry.
Thank you very much. Anyone have any questions for the judge? All right, next we'll go to the Federal Judicial Liaison, Judge Javier Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Trials have pretty much been suspended throughout the state and the federal courts, both for civil and criminal. The Speedy Trial Act has been suspended pursuant to orders from all 4 chief judges. Those orders remain in effect to the end of this month. The Western District of Texas has already extended that order to the end of May. We'll see whether the other districts are going to follow suit. So criminal proceedings have pretty much come to a halt. The Marshal's Service and our detention facilities are greatly concerned about the risk of exposure to inmates, those in detention, and then to also the security officers themselves and the marshals who have to escort these prisoners back and forth. And so criminal proceedings are pretty much by video for pleas and arraignments, and trials have come to a halt. For those who might be entitled to a time served sentence, we are now accepting waivers of sentencing hearings and proceeding to sentence them in absentia just on paper alone. So the criminal docket has changed quite dramatically. The number of filings at the border court have plummeted. The administration has now taken the position that it's not arresting everybody who comes across illegally and is merely administratively deporting them. So those numbers are going to be changing drastically. Civil hearings are all being held by phone now, and that's a challenge, but the trains have got to keep moving. And so that's where we're at for now. That's the conclusion of my report.
Thank you, Judge. Does anyone have any questions for the judge? May I ask you a question, Judge?
Yes, sir.
During this time, when you say trials, and I'm not a criminal lawyer, but what is going on with the Speedy Trial Act?
Yeah, so the Speedy Trial Act would normally have trials that they're generally entitled to trials between 75 and 90 days, but those are always pushed back because of motion practice. But nevertheless, the Speedy Trial Act does kick in, but we can, by emergency decree, lift the application of the Speedy Trial Act so that has been suspended. The question becomes just, how long can we suspend these things and it becoming problematic? And I don't think we're there yet, but who knows when we're going to reach that point.
Thank you very much. It's wonderful to have you on the board, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Justice Benavides could not be here with us today, and so Judge Hatch has kindly consented to give the report from the Judicial Section Liaison. Judge Hatch.
All right, thank you very much. Judge Hatch from Lubbock, Texas. I'm a district judge up here, and I'm subbing for Justice Benavides today. I am the vice chair of the Judicial Section, so barring impeachment at our annual conference this September, I look forward to serving on your board as a liaison for next year, beginning in September. Justice Lehrman and Judge Richardson pretty well summarized what's going on in the courts. I have heard some comments that some of the judges are not following the dictates of the Supreme Court and their 11 emergency orders. And I will tell you that the source to tattle on those judges is the regional presiding judge for that judge. And what they do with that information, I'm not sure, but I have been told that that's the proper source. The Office of Court Administration has made available to all judges a Zoom license. So if you encounter a judge that says, I don't have that technology or that capability, you can tell them that Judge Hatch ratted them out here in Lubbock and said that they do indeed have it. The listservs for the District Judges Association and the County Court at Law Associations has been hyperactive during this time. Initially, the emails on the listservs concerned the mechanics of conducting these Zoom meetings, lots of issues where typically you have people in front of you, such as guilty pleas with fingerprinting and how you're to accommodate that. Recently, we've kind of moved past that, and we have recently the listserv issues concerned the open courts provision and how, and if so, whether all hearings should be live streamed through YouTube. There has been quite a bit of resistance on that, especially in domestic violence cases and juvenile proceedings. The Office of Court Administration has provided us guidance in that regard. I want to applaud all the judges in entering this new world of conducting remote hearings, especially those that were not technically inclined. It hadn't been easy, but I'm pretty proud of my judges, all of our judges, and I think we're doing, for the most part, a decent job. I will say, though, that business has slowed, not necessarily because of our availability, but because the lawyers just don't want to have hearings. They think they can wait for a month. Hopefully it's not extended further, but they have, by agreement, canceled a lot of matters. The Texas Center for the Judiciary canceled its regional educational meetings, which were to take place in April and May. They are meeting today. The board for that organization is meeting today, and we may have some guidance from them. We have our annual meeting in September, and I'm sure the board, the State Bar Board, is hoping that these issues are not still haunting us at that time. And that concludes my report. I'll entertain any questions that anybody may have.
Anyone have any questions for Judge Hatch?
Yes, this is Yolanda Cortez Maris. I have a question, Judge. I know that the Office of Court Administration has offered or has put YouTube availability for the courts. And in particular, my question relates to the parental termination cases, which are, deal with sensitive matter that's confidential. How is that being handled with YouTube availability that would, of course, disclose not only the names of the child or the children, but also the names of the parents and caseworkers and all of that? How is that being handled? What is the confidential aspect of those? How is that being handled by YouTube?
The Office of Court Administration has directed us to continue to have those hearings live streamed on YouTube. If they're available to the public in the courtroom, we're supposed to live stream them. I will tell you that has been hotly debated among the judges as to whether that means YouTube has to be made available, or whether if somebody would otherwise wanted to have participated in person in a courtroom but can't because of these limitations, whether they have to ask to be invited and then participate in YouTube. And to my knowledge, that has not been resolved. And I think we probably have a fair number of judges who, for the sensitive reasons that you have referenced, are not including all those hearings on YouTube.
Thank you, Judge.
I probably didn't answer your question, but that's the best I can do.
Yeah, there's still a lot more questions that you raised, actually, but I guess I'll follow up with the Office of Court Administration to find out what they intend. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Hatch. Anything else? All right, next we'll move to...
I had one quick comment, sorry.
Surely.
One of the participants in a hearing indicated that they had hearing difficulties, they had difficulty with their own hearing, not hearing on the Zoom. And that was one issue that they said I should mention to somebody, that if they have hearing issues, hearing disabilities, Zoom isn't necessarily the easiest approach for them to take. Just something for you to know and be aware of.
Yeah, I think that's a good inquiry to make if anybody has any issues with regard to participating in this computer fashion.
All right, thank you. Next, we will proceed to item 21E, the out-of-state lawyer liaison, Diane Reed Hoggard. Excuse me, Denise. Excuse me, Denise.
That's all right. First off, I want to observe that this crisis has focused everyone on how our conduct affects others. Now, we are interrelated, whether we are in Texas or spread throughout the country or internationally. So we see social responsibility right now where people are sacrificing some of their freedoms for everyone's safety. Our families, our neighbors, our communities, they're all more important than ever. It's what connects us. So first off, let me thank you for the work that you do, Texas Bar, to help connect us and to help provide us with resources. They're important to us, those of us who are outside the state. I know I am in a voluntary bar where we survive every year based upon creating that desire by Arkansas lawyers to pay money to be part of our organization. We don't have the luxury of there being a mandatory payment coming to us. We've got to attract them to pay that money every year. So it is important for us, using the resources that we have available, to be able to share information and equip the lawyers outside of Texas with resources that you are providing through your abilities and your resources there in Texas. I also want to tell Judge Hatch, we will all join together in hoping you will beat impeachment for at least another year, and we'll welcome you onto this board. It's a delight to serve here. And then I wanted to, at the end of any convention or any board meeting that we're together, you know, there's always those forms that say, please rate the convention or the resort. So I wanted to share with you sort of the reference or Google review that I've created for this as to the Hoggard Hotel that I've been in for the last 30 days. This resort has not lived up to any of its promises. Accommodations are in complete disarray as the housekeeping staff appears to be on strike. The restaurant has very limited hours, and the lone chef yells loudly at anyone who tries to order food. Laundry services are sorely lacking. Apparently, plumbing is not in proper working order because guests here don't seem to be able to shave. They must have fired the activities director because the only entertainment offered is watching television, and the beauty salon is simply non-existent. Thank goodness there is no loud music and the business center is open so work can continue. And thank goodness for Zoom. That's all I have.
Thank you, Denise, for that great report. Are there any comments from the board or questions? All right, now we're about to go into closed session unless Ross Fisher or John Searman have something to talk about in open session. I assume that was all going to be in closed session.
That's right. Nothing to talk about in open session, Mr. Chairman.
All right, here we go. Now, please listen carefully, because in order to go into closed session with this technology, we have to, the staff has to do something. You don't have to do anything. All you have to do is you have to take a 5-minute recess, 5 minutes, and do not turn off your Zoom or your phone or however you are communicating with us right now. Staff is going to move you into a room where it won't be recorded. It'll be like closed session. So you just have 5 minutes to do whatever you need to do. Then come back, and then once they have moved everyone that needs to go to closed session into closed session, they will call the roll to make sure that the people that are in there need to be in there. Also, if you're on Zoom and you have your video off, please turn it on so they can verify who you are when you get into closed session. And If you're by telephone only, that's okay because your identity has been previously confirmed. All right, at this time, we'll take a 5-minute recess. It is 12:36.
Jerry?
Yes.
Can you read the closed session material for the record, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Before we go, let me read it. I was about to do that, sort of. It's 12:36 p.m. and the State Bar Board of Directors will now recess the open meeting and reconvene in closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.074 for the purpose of consultation with legal counsel, including regarding all pending or any contemplated litigation, including regarding McDonald et al. V. Sarles in the Western District of Texas, Rosalinda Solis versus Intera Sky in the District Court of Harris County, and Law HQ versus Willing in the Western District of Texas. The letter from the State Commission on Judicial Conduct regarding Commissioner Steve Fisher of El Paso and State Bar Insurance Coverage and Section 551.074 to deliberate regarding personnel matters. All right, at this time, you've got 5 minutes for our moderators, Chelsea and Jennifer, to move you. You don't have to do anything, and then they'll call roll once they think everybody is in there, so don't stray too far. All right, see you in 5 minutes.
Chelsea, you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Craig, we're moving out. Can everyone hear me in this main session? Leslie, can you hear me?
Yes.
Diane, okay. I'm gonna start pushing y'all over to this session. For some reason, it didn't push some of y'all over, okay?
If anybody has a message that says accept the request to move over, please do that now.
Hi, David. Could you accept the request to move to the breakout room? And Michael, if you could accept the request to move to the breakout room? Hi, David, are you there?
Craig, I'm back on this one. Do you see, or Michael Docupil, can you hear me?
I don't see him. David is back.
Okay. David, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear
David.
you. Yep,
Okay, I'm gonna move you to another room, okay? So whenever you get a prompt, say okay, or say go to that room. Okay, I don't see Michael Docupil, are you there? Craig, I don't know how to move him.
Does it give you an option to?
Because it shows he's already in the other room, just not answering. Just not joined. I'm gonna click over and make sure he can't hear me in there, okay? Chelsea, are you there?
Yeah, we're at IC 71, right? 72.
72, yeah.
Back?
I think we're back.
I think everybody's back now.
Is the recording on?
Craig, are you starting the recording? Yes, it's for live. Go.
Great. Okay. We are back in open session. It is 1:19 p.m. and the open session of the board meeting will now reconvene. During the closed session, only matters relating to consultations with legal counsel, including concerning the pending or contemplated litigation matters, were discussed. No action was taken in closed session. This time we have all been brought back into the open session and we are being recorded. Before we adjourn, I'd just like to thank everybody for showing up today and participating. You're all part of history. This is the first remote meeting in the history of the State Bar of Texas ever. As I said in the previous communication, I hope it's the last or next to the last one because I miss seeing all of you. The staff is unbelievable. Think about what we did today. We had a meeting, we had an election, we had an open session, a closed session, an open session again. It's Jennifer and Chelsea and Craig and Trey had figured out how to do all of this, and it came off pretty well. I would encourage everybody not only to stay healthy, but to stay positive. We will get through this. This is about the 4th or 5th recession that I will have been through. I'm sure everybody is already feeling the effects of that, and but we will get through it, and we'll get through it together. I hope we get to see each other in June. If not, if anybody wants to get in contact with me, you have all my numbers and everything, please do, because I miss you. And now I think if you look at the bottom of your agenda, let's all join and read the mission statement together. Because that's why we've all gathered here together and spend all this time doing that. Give everybody a minute to find it, then I will lead it. The mission of the State Bar of Texas.
Support the administration of the legal system. Ensure our citizens equal access to justice.
Foster high standards of ethical conduct for lawyers. Enable its members to better serve
their clients and the public. Educate about the role of the law, diversity, and the administration of justice, and practice of law.
And the practice of law. That's a wonderful statement. And remember, in these times, the people that are going to suffer the most are the people that already need legal counsel. And so it's going to be hard financially. Everyone should take a pro bono case if they can. Like Justice Learman said, when we get started back up, there's going to be a great demand. All right, at this time, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second. Yes.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Hearing none, motion carries, meeting adjourned. Everyone take care.
Great job, Jerry.
Stay well, everybody.
Good job, everybody.
Great
everybody.
job.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.